Good morning. It is 9:30 and I call this meeting to order. Welcome to the March 16 through 18, 2021 meeting of the 2020 California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Please call the roll.
Good morning, Chair. We'll start off. Commissioner Fernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamons.
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Present.
Commissioner Toledo.
Present.
Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmed.
Here.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Here.
And Commissioner Anderson.
Here. Thank you. At this time, we'd like to invite the public to call in, and we will be reading the instructions for any kind of comment you'd like to give and advice or recommendations you want to give to the commission. Christian, please read the instructions at this time.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 918-3469-1695 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says, "The host would like you to talk. Press *6 to speak." If you'd like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. And we do have a caller in the queue, Chair. Stand by and I'll invite them in.
Thank you.
Go ahead, caller.
Hello, good morning. My name is Karen Lawson, Karen Lawson, and I want to first thank the commissioners for the really good work that you're doing and for this opportunity to give a comment. I've been following the progress of the commission as much as I'm able to do so, and I'm calling to point out and amplify feedback about the public input training gap that exists across regions of the state. Having spoken with statewide groups such as Common Cause, Advancement Project, and the LAO, as well as our county level civic engagement tables and the census ACBOs, I've learned that these organizations intend to limit their public input training to their immediate partners, but there don't seem to be resources or field level engagement out there to encourage other nonpartisan groups or individuals to form communities of interest and to learn the types of issues that they may want to advocate for. The Redistricting Basics presentation is helpful to inform people, of course, about the structure and the role of the commission, and outreach is starting to capture public attention, but the public doesn't have access to help for organizing themselves and training on the steps necessary to consider their issues, prepare, and then submit appropriate COI input. It will be, in my opinion, really important that the remaining outreach funds be directed to public input training, so that input will include not only the 24 large VRA partner groups, but also those smaller community-focused groups as well. I suggest this matter be placed on a future agenda for consideration so the Commission can expedite field-level COI engagement and training for groups to submit meaningful public input, since the hearings are planning to begin in June. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that comment, and that is very valuable feedback. At this time, I would like you to continue to pay attention to today's meeting and very much follow particularly the Thursday meeting, which is about public input meeting design. These are very helpful tips for us, and we'll definitely be looking into a little bit more about the types of public training. So thank you very much. Next caller, please.
As a reminder, if you've called in and would like to give a comment, please press *9 to raise your hand. And we do have someone with their hand raised. Stand by. Go ahead, caller.
Hello, this is Renee Westalusk calling about the community of interest criteria. Maybe this will be covered on Thursday, March 18th, but I think there needs to be some direction, and maybe even have like a tab on the web page of where groups forming or trying to form a community of interest can go and get the criteria on which the commissioners are going to base community input on. Like, what do you want to hear as far as being good community testimony or information? What are you going to accept? What will you not accept from persons giving community of interest input? That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westalux. That is also very helpful. Clearly, these are items that the Commission is very happy to hear, because this is the time when we're working on modifying our documents and how we approach the communities so they can best give us information. So please keep all public members, please keep these comments coming. They are very, very helpful, and we do take them to heart. Thank you. Are there any other callers?
As a reminder, if you are in the queue and would like to give a comment, please press *9 to raise your hand. There are no other callers at this time, Chair.
Thank you. At this time, are there any other general announcements or updates, items of interest by the commissioners? I see no hands at this time. Then the chair report. Just a few items for discussion right now. The number one item is, let's go over the agenda. There are a few changes to it. Specifically, we have, at our last committee meeting, we've added a few more subcommittees. The first of which is the website subcommittee, which is Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor. We'll actually discuss that one after the materials development, which is 9H. We'll sort of tuck it in there. The subcommittee O, executive director recruitment, that has sunsetted, so please remove that from the list. Then add another subcommittee, which is the chief counsel recruitment subcommittee. That has been reenacted. That is Commissioners Anderson and Toledo. And the number 11, unfortunately, our labor sector panel, we could not get that arranged for this meeting, so that will not be happening. So if you could go ahead and eliminate number 11 from the agenda. We will be going into a closed session today. At the 3 o'clock break, we will not be coming back. We'll end today in a closed session, and we will start up again tomorrow morning at 9:30 after the 3 o'clock break. Then for the Thursday, March 18, please note that this meeting starts at 4 p.m. in the afternoon and goes until 8 o'clock at night. This is the public input meeting subcommittee design subcommittee. And on this agenda, you'll notice that the members listed do not match what we changed them to as last committee, our last full meeting. So the committee members should be Ahmad, Akutagawa, Anderson, Fernandez, Forciari, Sinai, and Turner. So if you could delete Taylor, delete Yee. And those are the changes to the agenda. And I have no other additional comments at this time. So we'll go into the executive director's report. Director Hernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Californians. We recently conducted interviews for the commission secretary, and we are ready to make a selection. The candidate is available to start on next week. The candidate has experience working on boards, taking minutes, organizing. So we were very pleased with the individual, and so we'd like to bring them on moving forward so that we have additional staff to help during the meetings, as well as helping other staff work needed to be done here in the office. We'll be posting the any questions or comments?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Ooh, a director. I think we need to vote on that, correct? Or we need to have a motion. So I will move, and I did sit in on the interviews with Executive Director Hernandez, and I'm glad that and happy to report that we found a candidate that we feel comfortable moving forward with. So we're very excited about that. And I will make a motion to move forward with that, the hiring of the commission secretary.
Any seconds? I see Commissioner Forciari seconding. Any questions? Discussion? At this time, do we get the person's name, or is that until after? I'm seeing that's after. Then, I see no other comments. Can we call the vote, please?
Public comment, I think. Do we go to public comment?
Right. Thank you very much. Yes, we do. Christian, could you please read the instructions for public comment?
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 918-3469-1695. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you'll hear a message that says, "The host would like you to talk. Press *6 to speak." If you'd like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. As a reminder, if you are in the queue and would like to give a comment, please press *9 to raise your hand. Chair, there is no one with their hand raised at this time.
Thank you. Oh, Commissioner Ahmad.
Just a quick process question. Are we voting on going out and hiring for the position, or are we voting on a person?
A person. Yeah, there is a person who's been interviewed for this position, and they've been recommended to the commission, and we are voting on accepting this person.
Okay. And we won't know who the person is until after we vote, or
Actually,
is that the process?
I did see Commissioner Vasquez, but I believe Commissioner Fernandez is answering this one. So Commissioner Fernandez.
We do know who the person is. We have to, after we make the decision, we have to call them to make the offer, make sure they're still interested. So, and then once all of it's accepted, then we will come back. Executive Director Hernandez will come back and introduce the person.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, another process question. So will this technically be a commission hire, or is this Director Hernandez's hire, even though we are approving it?
All hiring is by the commission by the special 333 vote.
Okay.
It's a recommendation. We all hires come through us. We approve everything. On staff hiring, the policy was that we gave the discretion to the executive director with the
interviewing
process.
Got it. I'm remembering this now. Yes, thank you.
Certainly. Commissioner Kennedy.
I don't understand how the public is supposed to give comment on a hire when they don't know the name. It just seems like a bit of a catch-22.
Yeah. Commissioner Lamont.
Pass.
That is an item that I believe we should have a look at our policy group. Can we look at that? How there's a personnel issue here and privacy, but there is a duty to the public. I see. Actually, I might go directly to Council Johnson.
One possibility would be to take this up during your closed session, and then it could be announced when you come back into session tomorrow morning. All hiring can be done in closed session or in public session, usually in closed session to protect the privacy of the individual.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, and I want to respond directly to Commissioner Kennedy. And the reason that we don't give the name right now is it's happened in the past. The candidates have requested, because it's not an approved position, they haven't given notice yet, and they've requested that we not publicly announce the name because they haven't told their employer. And they don't want their employer to hear, right? I mean, not to say that they're probably not watching this. They may not be watching our meetings, but again, we need to confirm because nothing is finalized and we can't make a firm offer until the commission approves it. So it's kind of like this catch-22, like I would love to give you the name, but there's also privacy issues. And maybe closed session might be a better way to handle it.
Commissioner Lamont, then Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I was going to say the public can comment on they can comment on whether they think we should have a secretary or something if they think that that's not a good use of our resources. but they're not doing the hiring. So I don't think it's important that the person's name be released or that information be released. We established a policy early on that the executive director would have hiring discretion on the roles outside of the executive director, the director of communications, and the legal counsel, which we would do ourselves. So I guess I'm wondering why we're nitpicking this situation at this point. We've done this with several hires already leading up to today. So if the process was in question, I feel like the commissioner should have raised question about the process long ago. The executive director has worked with the subcommittee who has done the vetting and all the stuff that we trust them to do. I would hope that we could move on.
Commissioner Vasquez.
I was just going to offer that in the future, if we do this in public session, if we could just get a little bit more of a de-identified resume or experience. I do think we've had a little bit more discussion about the person's qualifications, a bit more of a briefing, even just a couple more sentences, because I do feel like if we're going to ask for public comment, we should give the public more things to comment on. Otherwise, we should do this process in closed session.
Commissioner Mons, and then Commissioner Fernandez.
I have a question for Marianne. If we did this in closed session, we would just come back and announce the outcome and not be subject to public comment with that? Is that what the issue is here?
That is correct.
Okay, so I would agree with Commissioner Vasquez that probably the error was in the way we did it today. So, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, so maybe we need to discuss, because the policy does say that both it was delegated to the Finance and Admin Committee, and we did review the resume, we did review the duty statement. As I noted, I did sit in on the interviews just because it is a commission secretary, so it's supporting all of us as well as our executive director. So and that's a policy that we all approve. So if that needs to be changed, then we need to change that policy.
This is an item that I believe we should discuss. I would like the Finance Administration Subcommittee to have a quick look at this and come back to the commission to say, should we be doing this in closed session and just announce, or do we bring it up the first time the full commission is getting this in public session? And then we can so please do that, come back to us, and we will move on. As we've done it go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Just one comment on the fact that the subcommittee has looked at it. Your subcommittees of two or fewer are only purely advisory. They cannot make any decisions. If they were to be making a decision, it would have to be done in an open meeting. So the subcommittee advises the commission, but it still has to be a commission decision.
Yes, maybe I wasn't clear. Okay, where I was going with that is, can the subcommittee have a look at the two options, give them our two options, what we've been doing right now, how that is a bit of a problem, and have a recommendation for us at the next committee moving forward. Commissioner Ponchielli.
Yes, we can do that.
Great, thank you.
I was just reviewing the document, and we are following the procedure that's in the document right now. Because it says the first sentence is, any decision to hire an employee may only be made in a public meeting of the commission. So this is the process. Commissioner Fernandez and myself will get with Ms. Johnston and think about other options and come back next meeting with that.
So with that, this is our policy at this time. I believe we should go ahead with the vote. And yes, there is a bit of an issue here in terms of what the public knows. We can certainly tell the public as soon as it's as we know more. But we have called for the vote, and so Ms. Johnson, would you please? Oh, I'm sorry. If you're not doing the vote, whoever's calling the vote, please do so. Director Hernandez.
All righty then. The motion to move forward with the commission secretary hire. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Abstain.
Commissioner Lamons?
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo?
Yes.
Commissioner Turner?
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed?
Yes.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Director. Could you proceed with that and then please come back to the commission?
Yes.
And continue with your report, please.
All righty. So next on my items is the field lead staff. We'll be posting that this week. Is our intent. The next thing I'd like to bring up is our draft organizational chart. First, let me begin by apologizing. Oh, yes, Commissioner Fernandez.
Actually, okay, it's kind of related to this and the org chart because you said you're the field lead staff. So not the field support staff, just the lead staff. Is that what you're going to recruit for? I just want clarification.
That is correct. At this point, we're doing the lead staff first.
Okay, so I'm going to recommend. I would request that we also recruit for the field support staff. I do think that we need more support for all of our zones in terms of our outreach efforts. And it makes sense to hire all of them at one time. So you're only doing one onboarding, you're only doing one training, and everyone's set and ready to go. We'll get more help. And then plus when we're ready to conduct our public input meetings, we'll be set and ready to go and we won't have to worry about recruiting and training at that time. So that's just my recommendation.
I appreciate that recommendation, and given that we haven't posted the announcement yet, I will look to try to get the support staff, the field support staff announcement ready to go as well, and post those at the same time. You are correct; it would be most efficient if we did it all at once. So thank you. So in regards to the organizational chart, I will first let you know that I had posted the incorrect one as of this morning. I've updated that, and I truly apologize for that. Still adjusting to the Google Docs and the revisions of them all. So if you take a look at the organizational chart, there's a couple of things I want to point out. Obviously, we just talked about the field staff and the support staff. And so those will be reporting to our outreach coordinator, Patricia Topete, Vasquez Topete, I'm sorry. The other thing that you'll notice here, that this version of the organizational chart does not include any of the subcommittees. I tried to keep it very clean. This is a reporting organizational chart, and it's only intended for that purpose. So down the road, if we wanted to have a different type of organizational chart, more than happy to work on that. If we want something with the subcommittees and so forth, that is a different type of chart. But I can easily work on that if you feel that it's necessary at this point. The blue are those positions that are already filled. Obviously, the commission secretary, that will be filled shortly. We also have the data manager there. The language access coordinator is another one that will be working on those duty statements for those two different positions. The timing of that will work out. I'll work with the different subcommittees to figure out the actual timing for that. I know the data management, we're waiting on a couple of things to happen before we move forward on that. The other thing you'll notice is the Deputy Executive Director. It is vacant. I would like to request to backfill that position of the Deputy Executive Director. I feel that it's necessary to have someone who does, who will continue to do the oversight of the outreach activities. Given that now my role has taken on a much larger activities, I cannot allocate as much time as I'd originally had as a Deputy Executive Director to the outreach activities. So I'd like to bring somebody on board for that. So I'd like to make that recommendation, or that request, not recommendation, that request to bring someone to backfill that position. Are there any questions in regards to the organizational chart? Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And I don't know why it just struck me today, but I'm just wondering about the title, Commission Secretary. And it just seems very much so outdated to me, and wondering, can we not change it to Administrative Assistant or some other title? It has a feel of sexism.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Commissioner Turner, Executive Director Hernandez, and I just said the same thing to him yesterday to make it an administrative assistant. So hopefully that'll go forward that way. And then I also, just the other comment is if the commission does decide to move forward with the Deputy Executive Director recruitment, I would request that we resurrect that subcommittee, which was Commissioner Ahmad and myself, so that we can move forward with that recruitment. Thank you.
And Commissioner Vasquez.
I'm happy to be overruled by the rest of the commission, but I propose actually the title for this position be Director of Outreach.
Are you is this in regards to the Deputy Executive Director?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. No
Deputy Executive Director, I'm proposing Director of Outreach.
I believe there's an issue with classification on that one, but at this point, let's see, I have Commissioner Kennedy and then Commissioner Toledo.
I would concur with Commissioner Vasquez, and I know that my experience has not been in the California state system, but systems where I've worked, it is possible to hire at one level below the posted level. So, you know, I think it would be excellent if we were able to fill this as a Director of Outreach.
Commissioner Toledo.
I would concur with Commissioner Vasquez and Kennedy. I just know that when we have tried to bring on folks for a position title that has not been approved, it just has taken a very long time. So I think that's part of the issue with CalHR. So I know that the Deputy Executive Director position is an approved position. Perhaps if there's another position title that we could use in the correct range, that might be possible. And I think Commissioner Fernandez might be able to speak to that because she's worked on that issue.
Yes, Commissioner Fernandez, then I do see Commissioner Lamons after that.
I think we already have the Deputy Executive Director classification. What my recommendation would be we could have the working title of the Director of Outreach, and in the process, we could move forward and try to reclassify that position, but I wouldn't want to hold up the process waiting for the official reclassification. So, I mean, I agree that's probably a better name for a better title for the position, but so that we don't delay in filling the position. But it can be done.
Now, Commissioner Lamons and then Commissioner Turner.
I concur with all the previous comments. I think Commissioner Vasquez's recommendation is a great one with regard to that role. I also feel like we should err on the side of not delaying because, you know, all that wonderful time we thought we had is slipping away or has slipped away. So if there could just be the subcommittee could identify whatever path forward on that, and we could agree to move in that direction of a director of outreach and then figure out the logistics of it without delaying the process. Maybe we could make a decision to do that. Thank you.
Turner.
Is it me?
Yes, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Totally in support, concur with what's being said, a little bit different in the how. I would not prefer to reclassify a position after someone is in it from a deputy executive director to a director of outreach. I think there could be, it feels like a demotion in the name or the title or what have you. And so I wonder if I know working with the state is different than things that I'm used to, but the end all be all, it just takes long. I'm wondering if there's ever an opportunity to expedite or speed it up or do something different than just let that arrange shift, kind of dictate all of our actions. I think the recommendation made or the proposal by Commissioner Vasquez is an excellent one. I think it's the right title for the position. And I'm wondering at what point within the system can adjustments be made and we just move straight to what we want instead of having to have it reclassified after someone's in the position.
Commissioner Fernandez, and then I want to.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. I appreciate your feedback on that. What I suggest is that Commissioner Ahmad and I, we can meet with Raul and talk about the different options that we have. And if we don't want it to be a 2-month process that happened last time in terms of when we hired a deputy executive director. So we'll research different ways to expedite this process. Reclassifying a position is definitely quicker than establishing a position. So I wouldn't expect it to be 2 months. We'll just see how quickly, and then we'll come forward with options in terms of how we feel we can try to move through this process quickly. Thank you.
Commissioner Sadlani.
Thank you. I definitely agree with Commissioner Vasquez and others that this could be a director of outreach. To that end, though, I question, does the director of outreach maintain the same position in this organizational chart? Is someone new that we bring on who's going to have a steep learning curve, going to sufficiently be the supervisor of Freddie and Marcy, who have been doing this work for quite some time? So I just want to bring that to our thought process that perhaps such an individual is already on our team and we're flushing out the more of the bottom half. And in that, to that regard, my question had originally been about the organizational chart, the relationship between Patricia and Marcy and the field lead staff, if those individuals have like regional focuses, and just how everyone kind of interacts with one another. I just want us to be cognizant that we are already doing outreach. We are in the middle of our public education component. We are very soon going to be doing communities of input. And so I think hiring someone at that high level right now, I have some concerns about who would really understand that task and be able to step into that role, given that the plane's already flying.
Director Hernandez, could you address that, please? A little bit more what you have in mind with your request for refilling this position.
Sure. I think more than anything, we need someone to do the oversight of all the outreach activities, just to make sure that we are continuing our path with our outreach plan, and also focusing on making any adjustments to the outreach plan moving forward, given that, we are still potentially going to be pivoting at some point to doing physical outreach, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. I do think that we just need to have that oversight in that area because there's so much activity that we've put into it. There's so many things, moving parts in that area that we just need to have a direct oversight. Now, I can do some of it, but again, now that I've taken on this different role, I have other activities that I'm looking at as well that do not allow me to allocate as much time to that. And that's where the importance of this particular individual, whether it's a deputy executive director or director of outreach, would become a tremendous value to me as well as the commission, I believe.
So you see it actually as two roles, not just straight oversight not just outreach, but indeed, because my issue with the org chart is actually that the communications director is also under this new person. And I believe that communications is not just outreach. It is indeed all communication for the entire commission. And in terms of the oversight for the outreach, yes, in which case, but if it's deputy director level, which I think is our part of the discussion here, then it is a different position. So are you believing overseeing many things or more of the outreach director?
In looking at it from what I was doing previously as a deputy executive director, most of the activities were related to outreach. So I would have them focus on the outreach activities per se. Now, that's not to say that eventually I would have been involved in other activities had my tenure as deputy executive director continued. But for the time that I was here as the deputy director, those are the activities that I was involved in. And those are the activities that I feel at this point continue to need someone to oversee them. As far as the communication director, my understanding that the communication director would report directly to the executive director, not to the deputy executive director. So that may be a change that we need to make, and that would remove the reporting to the deputy executive director and leave it just for the outreach activities. Because I do agree that the communication director and what they do is not just for outreach purposes. That is for the commission as a whole.
And with that in mind, if what I would ask a show of hands from the commission, I would actually prefer pulling the communication director and then communications manager out from under the deputy executive director, the vacant spot at this time, having it directly under the executive director. And then charge the newly reestablished subcommittee for, let's see, what was it, recruiting the deputy executive director, which is Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Ahmad, to look into this new, filling the spot, and at what level, what classification that indeed should be. And then coming back to the commission as quickly as possible at what level so we can actually make a final decision and to move forward with this. And I see Commissioner Vasquez.
I'm fine with the proposed changes to the org chart. I just wanted to make a comment about recruitment of the vacant position, director, working title, director of outreach. Really want to make sure that we cast a very wide net. I personally feel like we would do well to look into community and CBOs and nonprofits of folks who are leading statewide efforts, statewide outreach efforts, statewide engagement and activation efforts, who have that experience. I'm feeling like our team, in order to round it out, we really need some grassroots direct experience in community and really extensive leadership in that. We won't necessarily get that kind of candidate pool if we exclusively recruit through state channels. And so I'm really pleased with the pool that we got for our communications director in particular, and we made an extensive effort to get that circulated very broadly in the community. So just wanted to flag for you, Director Hernandez, that I'm happy to forward sort of the channels we use to recruit for the communications director. I'm really strongly encourage us to cast as wide a net as possible for Director of Outreach.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Any other, Commissioner Lamons, and then Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Commissioner Vasquez for that recommendation. I think you're right. I was thinking about what Commissioner Sadwani said, which I also think is spot on. But I think the combination of the two of your comments really get us, I think, closer to where we want to go in terms of the structure reorg, and then the type of person that needs to be in that role. I do think that is a missing piece right now. And I think it's going to bode well for us to, if we're going to fill it that way as a director of outreach and not just see it as an administrative role. So I think that's the distinction, right? So thanks for uplifting that. And I want to support those recommendations as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai.
I'm probably going to be swimming against the tide, but I don't agree with pulling the deputy director out. I mean, the communications. As someone who's working really closely, outreach, communications, engagement, all of that is one thing. We keep trying to put them in little boxes, and they're not boxes. And as we're moving forward, my biggest frustration has been coordination of messaging, and I have to speak to one team, and then I have to go talk to another team. And we really do need the deputy director who's coordinating the messaging, the engagement, it's the who, what, why, where, all of that does need to be coordinated. Yes, communication is broader than that, but on the whole, most of the communication is going to be coming from the engagement, the outreach, and activation. And I'm just really concerned that that we're trying to say communication is separate. And to me, that's been my biggest frustration, is how slow messaging sometimes gets and how we work with one group. It's been a lot of work.
Well, Commissioner Vasquez, okay.
Yeah, can we get Director Seha to weigh in? I'd be curious what the person filling the role feels like structurally, where they might fit.
Yes, Director Seha, please.
In the words of Commissioner Sinai, I am here to serve. It's honestly, I've worked in organizations where it's both, and I see the value of having both. I do understand, Commissioner Sinai, that we often do work in silos, and by the time one group gets the information from another group, there's a week in between. So I'm okay with either. I can work in either situation, but I mean, communication does cover more than just the outreach part of it, especially as we continue to reach out to media and start getting stories and pitching stories and writing op-eds and doing larger things in addition to outreach. But I leave it up to you. I'm comfortable doing either.
I recommend that we actually, it's a little line drawing here, but because the communications is larger than just outreach, that the Commissioner Director Seha is essentially under the executive director, but then has the communication line there level with and communicating back and forth with the, say, the spot we're calling, when we have vacants, and we think we might be calling Director of Outreach, because when you talk to Director Seha about this is what we're doing, if this communication is outreach, I expect, and the commission, I'm going to go ahead and say, I believe the entire commission expects you to then talk to, you're essentially the Director of Outreach. That's an automatic. So both trees below you get activated, and vice versa. If we're talking to the Director of Outreach and communications are involved, they talk over and talk next to each other, and then both trees are activated. What I'm concerned about is having it directly under there. When it is another type of communication, the chain would actually be to get about communications for something completely different. It would have to go through the outreach director first, and that would be an additional step, which is totally unnecessary. So I think the communication would be clear. It's just that it's additional level of responsibility, I guess, for the communication director. Commissioner Sublani.
Sorry, I think some of this is just semantics, but I'm wondering if rather than Director of Outreach, it's something a little bit more broad, yet not as broad as Deputy Executive Director, something more like Director of External Affairs, which captures outreach and communications and helps to bring that together. I hear what Commissioner Sinai is saying, right? That we can't work in silos, that it has to be a team approach. So I'm wondering if, just changing some of how we think of that role could be helpful.
So I believe these are all very good points, and I think this is all great information that I know I see Commissioner Ahmad, Commissioner Fernandez busy writing notes. I would like to charge the subcommittee with taking this information and understanding the issues involved here and discussing with our executive director and communication director, also Mr. Villanueva, in terms of what the possibilities are, and then come back to the commission about this with whatever name, whatever the particulars of that, because I believe the commission is pretty straightforward with where we're going here. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, and that's a great recommendation if they take that away and determine ultimately what it's going to be. I just wanted to go on record in supporting Commissioner Sidwani. I do think that change of that title would solve some of the issues without having to do a lot of the other changes and set the expectation that communications would be working with either side.
Thank you. And Commissioner Lamont, you also had your hand raised.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm fine with your. I think this does need to be explored. So I'm with your recommendation for that subcommittee to go and figure out the path, take into consideration the things that have been raised today, so that the needs get met. I guess I would though just footnote that, and it depends on which way this ends up going in terms of process. Meaning, is this a new? I guess we're trying to avoid a new position, but whatever that ends up being, that the skill set that I think Commissioner Vasquez raised, that doesn't get lost. Because I could see that, I could see us looking for an administrator. So it's got to be, in my mind, a balance between those two. It isn't just oversight. And that's kind of the problem when you do a high-level position like that. It's basically administrative. It's oversight as opposed to some of that more grassroots work. Not that they can't live together. So they just don't lose that part. Awesome.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutkawa.
Not to throw more fuel to this fire here, but I would be curious as to whether or not, one, the commission, and two, Director Hernandez would be comfortable with him playing that more administrative role that I think Commissioner Lamont is referring to. And I do say that because one, I like the idea of having a director of outreach that would be at a peer level with Director Seha, because then
Director Hernandez, Executive Director Hernandez could be that kind of main coordinator. I'm just concerned about just adding another level of perhaps I don't know, administration that is then going to I won't say complicate things, but I've been thinking a lot about, and I forgot who said this, but bringing on somebody who has to come up to speed on what we're doing when others have been doing things already. And honestly, I don't know if it's the best use of our resources in that way. I'd rather have somebody who's just really solely focused on the work that needs to be done, which is outreach, and not trying to do the coordination work. Perhaps that's something that if Director Hernandez is open to, that's just another model that I'd like to just, have the subcommittee maybe explore.
Thank you. I believe Director, I'm sorry. Obviously, the commission has moved right past the idea. Do we that we totally agree that this position needs to be filled? We are giving our recommendation to our approval of Director Hernandez's request that they go ahead and look into this and then hire someone. So not to skirt over that issue, that is exactly what the commission is doing. Do I have any, no, that's not what we want to do? If could any commissioner please indicate so? I see no negative thoughts on this one. So I believe the recommendation stands that we've discussed. The subcommittee is charged. It's going to take into all these very valid and very informative recommendations and thoughts and work with Director Hernandez, Commissioner Director Ceja, and also Mr. Villanueva to come up with exactly what is needed and come back to the commission with our possibilities. So with that in mind, I believe we can move on. Is there, back to the executive director's report, where are we on the org charts and any other staffing issues?
Sure. I wanted to address the field staff. The question was, are they going to be regional? Yes, they would be regional. You have one in the north, one central, one south, two south. One of them would be more in the LA area, and the other one would be the rest of the Southern California side. That's how we've mapped it out. And likewise with the support staff, it would be in the same, the north, the central, and the two different souths. And that's the plan moving forward. I did want to also direct you over to our under the Deputy Administrator Raul, we have the Fiscal Director, obviously, and we have the IT Manager. Given what we are all doing and the fact that we are driven by IT, our computers and all of that, I wanted to kind of throw it out there and see if there's a need for additional IT support staff or staff to facilitate any of the needs that we have. Obviously, our current staff person is Karina Leon, and she is a retired annuitant. And so the time that we have is based on her availability. I don't know if we really have the needs for the commission by having someone who is not here full time. So I wanted to kind of throw that out there. I think as we move forward with a lot of the data management, a lot of the potential issues that we encounter, there may be a need for additional IT staff, full-time IT staff that can support us. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there for discussion and see if there's a thought on that.
Thank you, Director. I see a hand up immediately. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, this is something that we discussed yesterday with Executive Director Hernandez. For some reason, I thought that the IT manager was full-time. I didn't realize it was a retired annuitant, so just a part-time position. And I would agree that it would be more appropriate to have a full-time position. Maybe we also need an RA, but I do feel that we do need someone full-time as well.
Thank you. I will jump right in on this one. I wholeheartedly approve of this idea and think we can't go forward on this fast enough. We absolutely need a full-time IT person, and our IT manager, Miss Leone, is actually very good, very competent, but she is part-time, and I believe most of us did not know that. Which right now she's essentially doing all our troubleshooting. There's opportunities right now to help out with the website, any technical issue there, actually just doing the quick updating. And there's obviously large room for expansion in this position as we get into the data management and bring the line drawer on board. We really should have this position filled and on board now, so we're set once everyone else gets here. So I highly recommend that we go ahead, and I would also believe that we should, in addition to our part-time person, bring in an actual IT manager. So that's having worked with the group and seeing what that needs and knowing what's happening, what's coming ahead of us. I believe we should be looking into this now, so we have a person on board by the time we really need it, rather than wait until we really need a person and then it's a month or so later that we have a person on board. So any other thoughts on that? Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I was following you, so now I've lost. Director Alvaro, was your recommendation to make the current IT manager full-time or to hire an additional IT manager?
It was to hire an additional IT person. I don't know if manager is the appropriate word, but I do know that as we move forward, I can see the need to have someone available full-time to troubleshoot some of the other issues that may come up with the line drawer, with the website, with anything else. And so just making sure that we are prepared for what is to come and not being reactive, but being proactive and having the staff ready to move forward. So that's where I was coming from. It was just, I wanted to throw it out there. I haven't really made a recommendation for it to be an IT manager or IT staff, but I wanted to bring that up because I see that coming in the near future.
So is it on the chart now or it's not?
It is not on the chart currently, no.
Okay. And the IT manager, Karina, which my brief interactions with her, I think she's amazing and very responsive. And so I'm surprised to know that she is part-time. Of the other, I'm just wondering if there is value at some point in knowing, as we're hiring on, which are part-time, which is full-time, because I would have thought she was full-time. And where are you recommending, if approved, this other full-time person? What would be the relationship to Karina?
I haven't thought it out that far out, but it would probably be Karina reporting to that person, possibly. Because of the full-time status, or that would be my thought. And depends on what the skill set it is that we're bringing the person in on. That would to me would dictate more the level and the reporting structure for that individual.
Yeah, I believe looking at this. It's not quite clear, I believe, at this point, exactly would the position be under the deputy administrator? Would it actually be under the executive director? Possibly how it would connect with data manager. The actual logistics of the flow of the org chart, I don't believe would be straight at this time. But there is a need. I would see that Miss Leone would definitely be under this person working with her, because she, my understanding with Miss Leone is that she is doing part-time, and that's where she would like to stay, is part-time. So at this point, I think we should actually probably establish a subcommittee to look into this. Commissioner Forciari, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that we establish a subcommittee to look into this and help define what the role is. There are a lot of IT needs that they're not getting met at this point, and so I support the idea of getting a full-time person on board, and I'd be happy to serve on a committee to define the job and conduct a job search.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. Fernandez.
Yeah, if it has to be a separate committee, that's cool. I was going to volunteer as Commissioner Forciari to be part of ours. And then in terms of where the position's going to land, I think the important thing right now is just to decide if we're going to move forward, and then we can work with Executive Director Hernandez in terms of how that org chart would look, and then we can bring that forward. But I think right now it's just whether or not to move forward with the position. Thank you.
Do we have, I would push that we do move forward looking into this position. I see it as a huge need. Do any commissioners would rather not interested in moving forward to look into this? I see no hands involved. Then I am going to appoint a subcommittee, a technology subcommittee. I was actually hoping to be on that committee with possibly Commissioner Forciari, just because of my technical background. Any Commissioner Fernandez, were you thinking that this would be part of the Finance and Administration subcommittee, or?
I thought it would be, but if you want, it's fine. If you want to take it on, that's one less thing on my plate, which is great. Did I say that out loud? Is that recorded? Yeah. Either way is fine. I was just trying to, because eventually it has to come back to the org chart and the positions and the whole thing, which then falls under the finance and admin. But whichever way you want to do it is fine with me. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it is a sort of separate task, because then you would have someone else who's looking at, well, how do we put it all together? This is my view of this, though. However, other thoughts for the commissioners? Any? Commissioner Ahmad.
I just had a quick question. With the hiring and moving forward with an IT person, are we right now deciding that, yes, we are going to go forward with that? Or is this potential subcommittee going to come back with a recommendation? I only ask because our next meeting isn't scheduled until the 29th, our full commission meeting. And I just want to be cognizant of timelines of moving this forward.
Thank you. My I can propose, unless, do I hear a proposal on the floor to move it? Yes, I'm getting a nod. Commissioner Ahmad.
I would move that we move forward with the hiring of an IT person. And the subcommittee, however you choose to establish that, Chair Anderson, work with Director Hernandez to get that process moving forward.
Any seconds? I see Commissioner Fernandez seconding. Then any discussion? No. Oh, Commissioner Sadlani.
My only concern about moving forward is that my sense is this IT person will have to coordinate at some level with whatever we end up doing for data management. We don't know yet what data management exactly looks like. So this is my only concern in moving forward is we might end up hiring someone who doesn't actually have the right skills that we ultimately need. Certainly we can find a generalist who maybe can work to coordinate with the data management piece as we continue to develop that out. But I just wanted to raise that one concern.
Thank you. That I see that is a possible thought. I believe that's the subcommittee would certainly address that, realizing what's coming forward. This data management issue primarily is a very large portion of this. There's security issues. This position will touch on a lot of different areas, certainly as I see it. And that would be, as part of the subcommittee, I would be looking forward to a person who has the wherewithal to be able to handle what's coming, not a very limited overview type of person or a troubleshooter type of person, but actually a certainly more robust resume, shall we say. Other commissioners? I think we lost Commissioner Forciari, and then we had him back again, I believe. Are you?
I think I'm here.
Yes. Okay.
Are you? But I'm having major IT problems.
At one point we had two of you, and then
maybe I'm not the right guy for the job. I can't even get my Wi-Fi to work. I'm gonna log off again and go in the other room. So I'll be back.
Thank you. Any further discussion? And I believe we need to call for public comment. Oh, Ms. Johnston.
You don't need a motion to establish a subcommittee. As a chair, you can simply do it. You can have a motion if you wish, but it's not necessary.
Okay. Yes, I guess we're not actually hiring this time. We're just moving forward with the idea of potentially hiring. So I believe, yes, thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. So then, so established, were there any other discussion on the org chart? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ahmad, Commissioner Fernandez.
I just wanted to close the loop with that. I'll withdraw my motion.
Oh, thank you very much. And Commissioner Fernandez.
But I think the motion was to establish a position. Do we need to have a motion for that, Marion?
I thought the motion was just to explore the hiring of it.
No, it was to, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Ahmad, it was to move forward with the recruitment of a full-time IT position. So it's a new position.
Well, it depends on whether you're making that decision now or whether you're going to wait for the recommendation of your subcommittee.
That was the decision now. We're not going to wait for the recommendation because our next meeting is not for another couple of weeks. So we didn't want to slow down the process.
Then you should have a vote now. I correct myself.
Okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you on that one. I thought it was okay to do without the vote. So at this time, could I call for the vote?
Public comment?
I'm sorry, that's where I was going. Public comment, then the vote. Thank you. Public comment.
And just to clarify, Chair, this is a vote to, it's not to hire, but it is to create a position?
It's to create, correct, yes, it's to start recruiting for a position.
Very good. All
And
right.
it being the technology.
Vote to create position. IT position?
Correct.
For IT. Okay. Very good. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 918-3469-1695 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says, "The host would like you to talk. Press star 6 to speak." If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. The Commission is taking public comment on the vote to create a position for IT at this time. As a reminder to those who call in, please press *9 to raise your hand if you would like to give a comment on this motion. And there is no one in the queue with their hand raised at this time, Chair.
Thank you. We'll wait a few minutes until the...
While we wait, can I get, was the Commissioner Ahmad, he's the, motion was made by Commissioner Ahmed? Okay, and then seconded by Fernandez, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments as we're waiting for the live feed to catch up?
And as a reminder, we do have a caller in the queue with their hand raised, Chair. Just a moment, I'll invite them in.
Thank you.
Go ahead, caller.
Yes, this is Renee Westa Lusk again. I've been listening to the discussion. I'm in support of any position that you have budgeted that you need. If you need an IT person, by all means, get them hired as soon as possible. My only comment basically on your other hiring discussion before this, if you could maybe just give a quick 2 or 3 sentence summary before you vote on something, the procedure by which you are using to hire these people, because it just gets confusing to the public. And then I know you're trying to be as transparent as possible, but in the last discussion about hiring a secretary or administrative assistant, it would have been helpful if you had explained that their person had been vetted by such and such subcommittee, and because of confidentiality reasons for their current job, they didn't want their name revealed or anything like that. But otherwise, it looked like you were just going to hire a blank resume based on the executive director's recommendation, and so it looked mysterious. So that's my comment. If you could please clarify your procedure when you're hiring different positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other people in the queue?
As a reminder, if you would like to make a comment, please press *9 to raise your hand. There is no one in the queue with their hand raised at this time.
Okay, thank you, Christian. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote, please.
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons?
Yes. Excuse me, yes.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinai?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo?
Yes.
Commissioner Turner?
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed?
Yes.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yes.
And Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Back to you, Executive Director.
Okay, thank you. Just 1 second here. I'm going to move on past the organizational chart unless anyone else has any questions on it. I think we've covered all the items I wanted to cover. Obviously, this will change. I will make and work with the subcommittee, the Finance and Administration Subcommittee, to work out the details of the next org chart that we'll present at the next meeting, hopefully. So moving on, there are some additional protocols that I will defer to the Finance and Administration Subcommittee to provide or discuss during their subcommittee report. For the budget, we are working on the budget details and trying to get as much information for the May revised letter. I'm working with the fiscal director. There are a couple of changes that were requested at the last time that we discussed the budget. One of them was to move the per diem out of the outreach activities into the other per diem for operational purposes. So we have done that. Significant areas of change will come in the outreach area. And so I wanted to have a discussion in regards to the CRC sponsored events, and also as we're moving forward to consider the commission possibly pivoting to doing live presentations of the public input. As you know, we're hearing in the news with the vaccines, things are changing. A lot more people are getting vaccinated. The governor hasn't actually declared that we're open across the board, but that may be coming. And so our outreach activities that are our public input activities will be ongoing through approximately end of October when we receive the census data. So we may be able to pivot to do the open or the in-person presentations. So I wanted to have some discussion on that. Right now, we had budgeted for 29 meetings to do public input. And so I'm recommending that we, at least half of those, potentially 14, we consider having in a public place. That would push us out, probably in late August, early September timeframe. I'm not sure, but I want to make sure that the commission has budgeted for that if we are able to pivot at that point versus waiting to hear and then trying to adjust our budget at that point. It's kind of thinking ahead. So with that, we would have to consider the locations. And so for the 14, and that's essentially half of the 29 that we had previously estimated, half of those we would have to have travel for the commissioners, the staff for the setup, the venue location, security, are just some of the things that we would have to add to that item so that we can account for those. So I just wanted to see what some thoughts were in that regard and moving forward. And obviously you don't have it in front of you, but I didn't want to present that and then go back and change it again. And this is all part of what we need to do to present for the May revised letter. And John needs to have this information hopefully by the end of the week so that he can start putting together the information to submit it by the 26th when it's due. I saw some hands there.
Commissioner Forciari.
Yeah, I want to let everyone know that Commissioner Fernandez and I met with Director Hernandez and John Fitzgerald and talked about the budget in detail. And it's in flux at this point, but we spent a great deal of time talking about this particular topic and thought that we need to at least budget for being able to have live meetings, which are going to be a bit more expensive. And we thought half was probably a good number for the public input meetings, and then also thinking about the majority probably of the line drawing meetings being also live. meetings. And so they're working on figuring out those details, but we thought it was good to include that in the ask for the budget, and have the money, and if we don't need it, we can give it back, right? But we thought it was important to include that. So that's I just want to give you the thoughts that Commissioner Fernandez and I had when we were working with them.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad and Commissioner Yee.
Question on this piece. Well, first, thank you, Alvaro, for bringing this forward. I'm super excited to go out there in person, but obviously we have to wait until it's safe to do so. I have a question related to this potential hybrid model that has come up of in-person versus virtual. In the case that Governor Newsom does lift a statewide shelter-in-place order, would that require the commission to then be present in person? Maybe that's a Marian question.
It is a Marian question, and that's very, very good and pertinent question.
If
Ms.
the
Johnson.
governor lifts the executive orders that change the Bagley-Keene requirements, then it would change how the commission meets, but it wouldn't necessarily mean you have to be in person at the location. You could have a public location where the public can come and the commissioners could be there, or they could still be meeting by teleconference. The main difference if you meet by teleconference without the governor's executive order is that you would have to be meeting in a location that's open to the public and the address publicized. So for instance, going to your local library or city hall or something like that, if you don't want to go to the public meeting. So yes, your procedures will change, and I can give you more direction if the executive orders are lifted.
Thank you for that clarification.
Let's see, now we actually have a few, Commissioner Yee, and then we actually have Sinai and Fernandez. But now, did anyone directly on this one, or is that a new idea? Commissioner Yee, because you have the floor if you're.
Someone else can follow up on this particular point if they like. I wanted to change the subject.
Thank you. Then I will come back to you. Then Commissioner Sinai.
Just following up on what Marian just said, that second piece is about us, the commissioners. We as commissioners need to be in a public place, so we can no longer be in our homes. And I say this because once I had to take a call and I was in a hotel room and I had to post a note saying, that I was, it got to be so cumbersome that it just didn't make sense for me to even participate. So I just wanted to be clear, because if you hear, Marian was going quickly and it's easy to assume that it meant the other folks. So you as a commissioner can no longer be in your home for these meetings. If they're teleconference, you have to go to a public location like the library.
Just one modification on that. You could be in your home if it meets certain requirements, such as it's accessible to someone, and you post it and you're willing to allow members of the public into your home. That's a big if.
Thank you for that. And that is something that we actually, I believe we might want to ask as this approaches. We might want to ask the Government Affairs Committee to look into, because there could certainly be some reasons why the hybrid model is actually working rather well. It's reaching a lot more people than particularly in some of the areas that have remote locations. And there will be other reasons why some people are not going to be able to jump out despite the vaccines and things like that. So that would be an item that before it just is lifted and these are required of us, the changes, I would like the Government Affairs Committee to kind of look into that as it affects, it will start affecting many, many commissions. But then we had, coming back to Commissioner Fernandez, were you also on the same time? No, and Commissioner Yee.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hernandez and subcommittee. Very exciting to think about actually getting out there. Dr. Hernandez, I just wanted to verify then the thought would be that we basically have two sets of meetings, one for outreach and one for line drawing. and wanted to verify that our intention would be to have a set of statewide meetings for each of those. I would certainly not want to have in-person meetings only in part of the state and not across the state. That would really not serve our interests well in terms of impartiality and fairness and all that. So, but that would be tricky because that would be a timing and issue whether we could get a full set in. So I just wanted to make sure that was your intention.
Director Hernandez.
Yes, that is correct. And in fact, we have separated out the large group presentations, which would be the statewide groups. And a lot of planning goes into this if we are going to go and do in person, finding the location, facilities, and all those things is key. We would want to make sure that we are covering the entire state, maybe not specifically in the outreach zones, but maybe grouping of some of the outreach zones so that we cover and maximize our outreach efforts in those in-person type of presentations or input meetings, I should say.
And that's certainly something we would look at as it looks getting closer to the idea it might be lifted. At this point, it is 11 o'clock, time for a break. So I'd like us to take our break and then we can come back into our wrap up the executive director's report and then continue on from there. So I have 11:01. We'll come back at 11:16. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. This is our continuation of item number 5, the executive director's report. And with that, I will turn it back over to our executive director, Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. The one last thing I wanted to talk about in regards to the budget, in the printed materials under production for outreach, we had originally estimated 50,000. Now that we're looking at the printing of the paper COI form, I would like to increase that amount by 50,000, given that we may be printing quite a bit of those forms. It would bring us up to 100,000 for that particular item. So that's something I wanted to mention that is going to be a change that will increase the budget some more in that area. Are there any concerns with that?
Went through the Finance and Administration Committee, is that correct?
That is correct. We discussed that at length. They were okay with that amount, given that we're now doing looking to do the public COI input form in paper.
Yes.
And that would be used for possibly the rural areas and also for the incarcerated population as well.
Perfect. Commissioner Sinai.
Actually, we may use it in more places than that, just because as we're talking with groups to do outreach, they're offering to have, like, for instance, the YMCA is offering to have it at their location so people can pick it up at the Y. And we had talked at one point to talk to the post office to see if the post office, and we're also talking to the California Public Libraries. So as those places open up, we can have them in more places.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. And I'm wondering, considering the public comments that we've received and to Commissioner Sinai's point about leaving this particular tool places, do we have opportunity for creating a one-page cover sheet that'll give further instruction in how to fill this paper out and what will be helpful?
On that one, I'm looking for Commissioner Sinai.
I think that's a great point, Commissioner Turner, and the Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee has really been thinking about, we need to start doing more around communities of interest, that it's time to update our presentation already to be a little more robust in that area. So if we will be discussing this as part of our input, our design input session. If I can recommend that we move it to there so that we can go think through what pieces do we need.
Commissioner Turner, then Lamons, Kennedy, Fernandez.
Yeah, that's fine. I brought it up now in relation to cost. If cost was consideration, counting on the number of pages that are here, there will be an increased cost that may impact the presentation that Director Alvaro is giving us now.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Lamons.
Just a point of clarification. Are we talking about something different than what Commissioner Kennedy had presented at a previous meeting, which was a paper tool that could be picked up at these locations, which was described as having a cover sheet with instructions, etc.? So I'm just wondering, is this something different or?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Turner, is this a direct response? Okay, Commissioner Turner.
Commissioner Lamont, the only thing that would be different, yes, we've made the suggestion, but it's not been included in the cost and we've still not seen it here. So I'm just raising it again from a cost perspective.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. You might recall that the previous version had a blank panel so that when you folded it, the front of it had our mailing address, the back of it was blank. Staff have come up with some basic text to explain what the form is about, and we're working on massaging it a little bit. You'll see a new version in the handouts for today that does have a little bit of text, but yes, the other option, if that's not enough text, or if we get a no from the Postal Service as on having that text on the back of it, we would do it like what I recall as the first voter registration form that I filled out at first driver's license form that I filled out at DMV when I moved to California, which had a second part that was detached and that went to the county registrar of voters for voter registration. So it would be kind of one part regular paper, one part cardstock, but glued together so that one could be detached from the other or something like that. So yeah, we're thinking about those options.
Thank you. After, let's see, we had Commissioner Kennedy, then we had Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, so I just want to make sure that in the costing information, if it is regular paper versus hard stock, obviously there's price difference there, so we need to take that into account. And then secondly, whether we would have to purchase like the display boxes or whatever they're called. So that might be an additional cost as well, but I'm not sure. I don't know if the post office would have something available because you really don't want to just leave it on a table flat. So just make sure we include that.
Thank you. With that, I believe that's certainly a lot of input for Director Hernandez on yes, and maybe even possibly a bit more. But given the input this morning from community members about the questions regarding the COI tool, I do believe we definitely needs more information about it. So we'll charge that to the COI subcommittee, I believe. We're working on that. Thank you very much. Any, I'm sorry, no, Director Kennedy.
I think actually the materials development subcommittee, Commissioner Fernandez and I will be working on that.
Oh, correct. Yeah, thank you. I realized you're on both committees, so I got a bit confused there. So perfect. So that'll go to the outreach. The materials. You're not called outreach materials anymore. It's just materials.
Materials development.
Materials development subcommittee. So back to you, Director Hernandez.
Okay, thank you very much for your input on all of this, commissioners. As you identify any additional costs, please send them our way. Myself, so that our fiscal director and I can finalize our proposed budget and start working on the May revise. It's very important that we get that in as soon as possible. So I appreciate all your hard work on that. Last thing under the budget, the videographer RFP, we're trying to get that posted either today or tomorrow. So that should be coming for those people who are interested in that. So now I'm going to go ahead and move on to we still have Deputy Executive Director on the agenda. So I'm going to go right into that and do the update on our outreach activities. We have updated the events calendar on the website. We have a process in place, and I'll have Director Seha talk a little bit more on the time frame when that is updated so that people are aware of the time frame for it to be updated. I also wanted to mention that when the commission approved the strategic outreach plan, it was an understanding that it was a living document and that we would be adjusting as we needed as we move forward. There were a lot of unknowns, and so I just wanted to remind you that that is still the case, and I'm going to defer to the Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee, who will be discussing some additions to that strategic outreach plan. And as we move forward, we may be updating it even more, because I know some of the dates, when we originally proposed it, it did not include the extended time. So some of those things need to be addressed as well as we move forward. And so when we have our new either Deputy Executive Director or Director of Outreach, whomever that may be, that would be one of the things that I would want them to look at as well. That's the extent of the Deputy Executive Director report on outreach as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Then number 9, we actually have do we have a council report? And Ms. Johnson, did you happen to have any items to mention?
I have nothing to report.
Thank you. Then we go to item number 8, which is our communication.
Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry. We have Mr. Kennedy.
Sorry. I just wanted to point out to colleagues that the version of HR1 that we were looking at was the original version. There is now the engrossed amended version available on the congress.gov website. And I would encourage colleagues, particularly the legal the legal committee, as well as the government affairs subcommittee colleagues, to take a look at this amended and engrossed version that was sent over to the Senate, because it's quite different from the original version.
I'll be happy to send that to everyone if you wish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments before we go to the communication director? No. So at this point, Director Seha, could you please give us the communication director's report?
Yes, thank you so much. Wanted to mention that this week we did 2 interviews, one for the Maddie report out of Fresno State, and that was with Executive Director Hernandez and Commissioner Toledo. And then we also did the San Joaquin Valley Sun with Commissioner Fornachari, and we have a few more coming up in the next week. Report at the next meeting about those. I did send out proofs to everyone who's getting a business card. Thank you for those who responded, and I apologize for those whose names were misspelled or whose information was wrong. It was not my doing. The designer, I think, typed out people's names, and then that created an opportunity for mistakes. So we'll get those all cleared up. I did get one concern from a commissioner about having their email address and CRC cell phone listed on the business card. If that is an issue for any other commissioners, let me know. We'll try to figure something out, either listing the main CRC phone number and then creating an alias email address so that that information is not out there when you're handing out your business cards. one of the main concerns was having folks send public input directly if we were to provide those cell phone numbers and emails, which is a valid concern. So I wanted to open that up possibly for further thought. We did have Marianne chime in. She sent an email earlier today indicating that it is a valid concern. I don't know if we want to add maybe to the card the statute that states that we are not accepting public comment outside of public meetings, and if that would ease concerns. So I open that up for conversation. Anyone has thoughts?
Commissioner Vasquez, Mr. Kennedy.
I'm agnostic, but I mean, can't people guess our emails and send us public comment if they want to? Okay.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Another thought is that if you really want someone in particular to have your direct number or email address, is to handwrite it on the card.
Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Ahmad, Commissioner Hernandez.
Someone's got there. We're getting some feedback. I'm not sure where it's coming from. I just want us to also remember that transparency is really critical, and so being able to give someone your card and they can reach you directly is important. I think if we were to receive a public input, maybe it would be similar to the example I brought up last time on Twitter, where I just had to say, we're only accepting public input. Please go to our, thank you for your input, but please put it on our website, and you direct them to the website. So you could hit reply, send it over to staff and say, thank you but we only accept it. It has to go to the public, something similar. But to me, having a business card that doesn't have our direct contact information kind of goes against why. Well, I guess I would say then we should just have a general business card for the commission. and I don't know, sorry.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I was just on the same lines with Commissioner Sinai. Is if I'm not going to have I can see not having my phone number, but my email. If I get public input, I forward that to staff. If we're not going to have any of that information, then I don't really see the need to have a business card. If it's just going to be a generic card I pass around. So I would prefer to have at least the email address.
Actually, on that, shouldn't we actually just hit return, say, not we forward it to staff, but goes back to whoever sent it to us to say, this must go to the staff, give them, and have them forward it, because otherwise, then we essentially are taking it in, because then we're handing it over to a staff person. So that's actually kind of a legal issue on that one. So Ms. Johnson, if you want to think about that. If we get a comment in, like an email directly to us, that's a public input.
It would need to be posted.
So do we hand it over to staff, or we send it, say, return, and say, to do this, you must submit it to the regular channel?
Either way would work. Probably the easiest, since you already have it, is just to send it to staff to be posted.
And Commissioner, I think it was Turner, and then Fernandez, and then Lamont.
Just to weigh in, the value for me in the cards would have my telephone number and contact email on it. My suggestion would be that we upgrade the cards and have a line there that reminds public not to put public comment on the send public comment to our personal telephone numbers, etc., and then follow up and send it back or forward it. Either way, whatever the directive there is, that would be great. But I would just propose that the cards have a reminder. We will not, I cannot, if it's my card, receive public comment. Please do not send. For me passing it out at an event and needing to handwrite telephone numbers, I would prefer not to do that.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Oh, I was just going to respond prior to, if me personally, if I received an email with public comment, I would forward it to staff immediately for transparency purposes, because it was received. I don't want to send it back to the sender, and if they don't forward it, then I did receive it, so you need to forward. So I think just to make sure we're transparent, that might be a policy we might want to adopt.
And then Commissioner Lamont.
I'd prefer not to have an email, my personal, not personal, but my commissioner email on my card. So, because I don't want to have to facilitate email. I don't want emails sent to me that if I haven't forwarded it, then I don't want to be the middleman for that at all. So I just rather have the general one for email. And then as far as the phone number, I have to think about that part.
Okay. Good. Commissioner Yee and then Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I'm thinking, why have business cards unless you have contact info on them? That's the whole point of a business card. I'm wondering about the case of somebody leaving a voicemail message, however, that may include public input. Then am I responsible? What do I do? Do I follow up? Do I document it? So that is a problem. I can see that. And so a disclaimer on the card may be worth it, just as a way of covering that.
I have Commissioner Turner and then Commissioner Owens.
Yes, thank you. Man, having said all of that, I absolutely, I think I am definitely in favor of the email and phone numbers going to some centralized source to weed through, receive the input, and should there be something, I can't imagine what, that's needed directly to me as a commissioner, then yes, send me that one or two that may come. But perhaps the best way should be for them to go directly to staff to be able to receive public comment, maps, or whatever people should choose to send. That's just a scary thought, thinking about voicemails and more emails and yes.
Commissioner Sadwani. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Lamont, then Sadwani.
Yeah, I don't really need business cards because the more I think about it, the act of taking a business card and passing it out, then I'm inviting you to communicate with me directly. And I don't think I should be communicated with directly. There may be the rare occasion that needs to happen, but I would rather it go to a central location. If we're using it as a tool for people to be able to reach us, meaning the commission, I'm all for that. And I would pass out a business card that directs them back to the main office, the central location, but I don't need to have any personal, I can't think of a real reason to contact me personally. So I think by having that personal information and you passing it out, you're inviting the communication back, and I'm not prepared to manage it. It's how many 40 million Californians?
Thank you. Commissioners, these are all very good thoughts. Commissioner Sadwani.
I agree with Commissioner Lamont, Commissioner Turner. If we're going to have them, I never really saw the need for them, but if we're going to have them, I think just the general contact info for the commission is more than sufficient. And I think actually putting the disclaimer, comes back down to how one legally defines redistricting matters. I don't think that we can ask the public to try and sort through well, is this public comment or is it not? Or, I agree. I think just the general if we're going to have them, then just the general ways of contacting the commission is more than sufficient. And that being said, then we could include like social media or the Koi tool, website information there, so that all of the ways in which people can contact the commission could be present.
So I think we'll take this back to the collateral materials subcommittee, and we'll flush it out one more time, and then we'll come back with final proofs for each of your business cards. Thank you so much for the conversation. That was super helpful. Did come up with a system to update the outreach calendar on the website. So Patricia Vasquez Topete will be sending me new events as they come up, and I will be updating them real time. And in addition to that, every Monday I've carved out 1 day a week on Mondays to update the calendar officially. So we have a spreadsheet with all the different events as they come up, and I'll be making sure that what I have on the website matches that list. And so every Monday it's updated. I've actually added language on the website to indicate that we're updating it once a week, giving a description of what the outreach calendar does and why we have it there, and letting the public know that Mondays are our days to update it. So the most up-to-date information will be there every Monday. For media list, oh yes.
Yeah. Yes, we have Commissioner Yee and then Commissioner Sadlani.
Yes, sounds good to have that update list. I'm wondering if we clarify our responsibilities as commissioners when we do make outreach contacts. There was that spreadsheet. There was also a form or another document that Commissioner Sinai had created, I think. I'm a little confused as to, where exactly to report these things. There's, just outreach to individuals, outreach organizations, and then actual our educational presentations. So I need some clarity on where to report things.
Sorry, Commissioner Sinai, are you trying to answer that one directly? Commissioner Sinai. Then
we were going to discuss it during our report, but since it's being asked right now, we are looking to create a database. Right now, everything's all over the place, as you were saying. Russell, one of the requests that staff has is if you can, on a weekly basis, at the end of the week, send them an email with all the contacts that you have made, including the name of the zone or county, what you talked about, what follow-up needs to happen, who's doing the follow-up. And they want it in one batch versus I was just CCing them, and it was getting a little overwhelming, each time I responded as a follow-up. So and then they will be inputting it somewhere, so then eventually we can collect it all at the same time. I mean, we can move it all onto a database at the same time.
thank you. Commissioner Sadlani.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a similar question as Commissioner Yee, just around like clarity of what we should be sending. But to that end, I mean, as I'm hearing Commissioner Sinai, it sounds like a lot of things that we're going to be putting on the website. And I just wanted to put it out there, like to Freddie, if you need additional support simply for taking that information and putting it on the website, please do think about that. I'll let you figure out how you best want to handle that. But I certainly have many students who are open and willing to do internships if you even just need a student to be putting these kinds of things on the website.
Commissioner Sinai.
Just to clarify, it's not everything that I just requested would be put on the website. It would go into a database, and then we would pull certain reports that would go onto the website, but not everything would be on the website. But it's still managing all that data.
Thank you. Director Seha, did you want to continue and give a bit more reply about what's going on with all that data?
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, like Commissioner Sinai mentioned, we are still having those conversations about what information will actually make it onto the website. But for now, I think she was alluding to the fact that we're trying to figure out how best to store data. And so we're working with USDR on how best to get assistance to do that, to create some sort of database or search engine or some sort of mechanism to capture forms and information and then spit out reports as we need them to let people know who we're meeting with and who our contacts are and things of that sort. So wanted to move on. The media list, I did send out media lists for every zone to the commissioners that are in charge of those zones. And you're probably asking, so what do I do with it now? That's a good question. So I have two recommendations. One is feel free to reach out. And some of you have already indicated that you want to take the first stab at reaching out and introduce yourself, saying you're part of the commission, what the charges are, basic educational points, and the fact that we need assistance getting the word out. That's going to be the first touch. The second touch that I'm doing is trying to get stories placed. And in doing so, obviously, we want to capture, like I've stated before, those stories about you personally as commissioners, and then about our work and the timeline that we have to do our work. But also wanted to start reaching out to the media outlets to see if they want to do a Zoom basics presentation with us in conjunction with us to help us amplify our voice and use their constituency to get our word out. So if you want to take the first stab at introducing yourself, feel free to do that. I will follow up immediately after your introduction with a, hey, we need your help to get the word out. Can we do a joint Zoom presentation? We've done that in the past with other organizations, but I can certainly see like LA Times in Los Angeles, Capital Weekly, or Sacramento Bee being opportunities to do this, and then targeting the local markets to do that, or radio stations in those areas that utilize radio. So that's why I put together those lists, is so that you can have them at your disposal to use as you see fit. But I also wanted to let you know what I plan or intend to do with those lists. So one will be pitching stories, obviously, but also seeing how they can help us get our word out for the educational process. And then as far as the redistricting basics video that we shot 2 weeks ago, I did see the first rough draft this week. So I'll be working with our videographer to tighten a few things up before I show it to you. But everyone looks great, especially the "This is us" slide where you all introduce yourselves. It looks pretty cool. So I'll show it to you in a few days once we add additional elements to it. But it looks really good. And then lastly, I just wanted to report that I got immediate inquiry about the commission stance on HR 1, and if we have any thoughts on how that is going to affect the work of the commission. And thank you, Marian, for indicating that there's an update. I hope to see that soon so that I'm aware of the latest HR 1 version. And but they are looking for some sort of response from the commission. I know in a previous meeting, someone mentioned we were writing a letter to Congress. So I just wanted to know if that was in the works and how soon we can expect that so I can share it. And last but not least, we also talked about having an op-ed placed in multiple papers about the commission's work now that we have an extended deadline, and what we plan to use those extra months for, and obviously outreach and education and letting Californians know who we are and what we're doing. So that is forthcoming as well.
Thank you. Any questions about that? Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I just had a request. Marion, would it be, because thank you for forwarding the HR one, but it's an 886-page document. Is there any way to maybe summarize the difference between what it was originally, what it is now, and how it impacts us? I mean, 886 pages, that might take me a little bit of time to get to.
I will do that.
I would appreciate that.
I
And
will
it
do
is
that
in your
when
language.
when the
so.
meeting's over and send it to you either tonight or early in the morning.
Great, thank you so much.
Mr. Kennedy.
One of the biggest differences between the original version and this one is that the original version seemed to be targeting the establishment of independent redistricting commissions in the states before 2030 because it had deadlines for appointment of members that had already passed. Now, the amendments make it clear that the intention, the legislative intent currently is to put in place independent redistricting commissions for this cycle. And I have some very strong opinions on that. So I may be writing an op-ed at some point, but that's the biggest thing that I see between what we saw last week or so and what's currently out there.
Sorry, a clarification on that. Are you saying that the original version did not imply that things were affecting this cycle, but the new one does?
Yes.
Okay, I thought that I fully understood that the original one, parts of it did indeed reflect this cycle.
Some
provisions
the
original one had deadlines for appointment of members that would have been last year. They referred to deadlines in the year ending in 0. We're already in the year ending in 1, so those deadlines were inoperative.
Correct.
But there are some of the other
cycle.
provisions that would have applied to the redistricting process for the 2020 census.
Yeah, so it sounds like they've cleared that up to say, oh yes, we really do mean we're talking about this what's going on right here and now.
And
So,
I would
certainly
also
worth
urge
following.
the commission when it's doing it to think about what the effects will be on the 2030 commission, since you're in the best position to speak to what would happen to the next commission's activities.
Thank you. So obviously look at that from lessons learned as well. Once something actually happens. So thank you very much. Commissioner Sadwani.
I just wanted to follow up on Freddie's question about a letter being written that's in the Governmental Affairs Committee. The purpose of that letter was not for the commission to take a position, though we could if we so chose to do so. The purpose of that letter was to clarify the impact that HR1 would potentially have on our commission. Some of the provisions are somewhat different than what we have in California. And so it was just simply to clarify how that would impact us, and also, if possible, to ensure that should such a bill move forward in the Senate, that they could create provisions so that our commission work could be maintained and not need to be changed in any way, shape, or form, since we are already seated. I think it's an interesting question. If we as a commission have a position on HR1, just to disclose, I do have a piece that's under consideration at the Washington Post. I was informed today that it should be published tomorrow morning. It's not an opinion piece. It's a part of the Washington Post's Monkey Cage blog, which is a blog of political scientists. So it's actually based on some of my research from a couple of years ago that has looked at the creation of the commission and other electoral reforms in California.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee.
Yes, and I could ask Marion to also perhaps include some notes on HR4, last year's HR4, and what it covers, which is different than HR1. I believe HFR has not been reintroduced, right? But,
Correct. The John Lewis Voting Advancement Act has not been introduced. I think there are plans to do it, but I don't know if it's going to be modified or in what form.
So maybe a little summary of that, so we can have some sense of what is not yet ready to be included.
You want for HR 4 for the last session?
Right. So major things in it that are not included in HR 1. I think that would be helpful. Thanks.
Commissioner Sabani?
Just to respond to Commissioner Yee's request, and if you really want that analysis, that's fine. I think that we had received some materials from NALEO that outlined the major provisions of HR 4. I know Marion has a lot on her plate, so I might hold off until, I know they keep talking about the introduction of the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and so it might make sense just to hold off until that drops so that we can save Marion's time, especially knowing she only has a certain number of hours as a retired annuitant for that, if and when that drops. But,
Sure, that's fine. Yeah.
And I'm happy to look up the NALEO pieces. I remember Rosalind Gold had shared them with us back in the fall. I believe they were posted on the old website. I'm not sure if that was all transferred over, but we could certainly look for them.
Thank you. But to the actual question here, a letter was not written yet. We just talked about a letter. Is that correct? Commissioner Forciari.
I think Director Seha also said he needs to give a response on our position on HR 1. I mean, I guess it's kind of a moving target at this point, so it's a little tough to take a position, but what are we going to do? Are we going to refer that to the Governmental Affairs Committee to think about, or, I think Freddie needs a response, right?
Sorry, Commissioner Seha, Director Seha.
Yeah, so I was asked about a response. I mentioned that we were crafting a letter, but if the letter's not ready yet, I can just indicate that. It's not an issue.
Thank you. Yes, we're just about to go into, when we finish Commissioner Seha's report, we're going directly into government affairs. So part of this, we're sort of jumping the gun a little bit, but at this point, what I would like to charge, which I believe they already are considering, but I'd like to charge the the government affairs census group with looking at HR 1 is the amended version, just to kind of have an idea. After Marion writes this summary, just to keep tabs on it, see what's going on, and be prepared. It should Director Seha have it actually specific. I need someone to say something rather, then we can address that at the time, but we certainly have the background information through both Ms. Johnson and the committee. So, Commissioner Sabani.
Yeah, I think we're talking about two separate issues here. So on the one hand, there is the concern about what impact HR 1 will have on us as a commission. And I think that at present, my understanding of the letter that Commissioner Toledo and I are developing has to do with clarifying what impact HR 1 may or may not have on us if it were ever to be passed. I think what the reporter is asking for is, do we as a commission take a stand in supporting HR 1? Now, HR 1, as mentioned, is 800 some odd pages long. I think we are hard pressed to say we support every single thing in that document without each of us having read it. However, we might ask ourselves, do we as a commission support the idea of the creation of independent commissions in all 50 states? I don't know the answer to that. I know my personal response to that. I don't know if the commission wants to engage in taking a stand or not. I have a personal thought on whether or not we should. I'm happy to make that recommendation, but I also recognize that we may not want to take it, and that's perfectly fine. But I think that they are two separate issues. So if we're going to respond to the reporter, then I think we do need to have a conversation about whether or not this commission has any intention of taking a stand on policy matters such as this.
And Ms. Johnston, please.
I'm sorry, HR 1 would only address congressional redistricting. The Congress would have no power to tell the states what to do with its own redistricting lines. So in effect, you might have a bifurcated system where there's one process for congressional redistricting and a totally separate process for all the state lines.
Thank you. Yeah, these are issues of, we can certainly talk about this. And I believe it's too early for the commission to come up with an opinion because it's in flux. It's a moving target. Clearly, there are certain ideas which we believe as an independent commission certainly obviously support, but parsing that line, I would not recommend that we come up with parsing that line at all at this point. And I would kind of like to leave that possibly to, should the actual question be posed to us, then address at the time, because it really depends on what the actual question is. But I see several hands. I see Commissioner Toledo, then Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm fine with having the subcommittee, the Government Affairs Subcommittee, take a look at both of those issues on reviewing the legislation, the updated legislation, and make a recommendation to the full commission on whether to take a stance on the issue or not, on the policy matter or not, as well as the impact on of the legislation on our work as we move forward this year. And I think the two are related. They're different issues, but they're related. We need to understand the impact so that we can educate our policymakers on that impact on us. Not so much for lobbying, but rather for education purposes, so that the public understands the impact of such language on our work as it relates to the map drawing for later this year.
Thank you. Now, I believe both Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Vasquez, and I don't know who came first. We just, I guess, I believe I said Commissioner Fernandez, but I might have missed. So go ahead, and Commissioner Vasquez.
And mine's just really quick. I would actually be very curious as to how they define independent commission, because I know some states say that they have independent commission and their definition of independent versus mine is completely different. So I think that's something that we would also have to look at.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I just also wanted to share with the Government Affairs Committee that, well, yes, the legislation is quite a tome, as is much federal legislation. Highly recommend reading any committee or bill analyses about the legislation as a way to put it in more layperson, or at least someone with a graduate level education could understand, as compared to wonky bill text.
Thank you. Any other comments on this one? All right, back to you, Director Seha.
That was it for me.
Great, thank you very much. So at this point, we're going to jump into those subcommittee updates, and we walk right into number 9A, Government Affairs and Census Matters, which are Commissioners Sadwani and Toledo.
Commissioner Toledo, do you want me to start off? Okay.
But you start off.
Okay, sounds good. Fill in anything that I might have forgotten. So we've already discussed that a letter will be developed. We'll take a closer look at this new language for HR 1. But again, the purpose of that letter is simply to clarify the impact of that bill for our commission, and educate, as Commissioner Toledo had mentioned. In addition, we've been having conversations with various stakeholders regarding the census timeline. We had previously reported a conversation with Ethan Jones from the legislature. This past week, we also had a conversation with 2 representatives from the Secretary of State's office. We've also made contact with, and I always forget the name of the organization, so my apologies. It's the CACEO, I believe. It's the governing body or organization that brings together county clerks and election officials. So we are trying to actually plan a joint conversation between many of these key stakeholders, including Karen McDonald from the statewide database, who can certainly serve in that capacity of when we'll receive the data, and upon execution of our contract could also be a part of that conversation as our line drawer, and also with good governance groups. We were hoping that might get scheduled for this Thursday. I don't think that that's going to work for everyone's schedule, so we're looking at alternative dates. And the purpose of such a meeting is simply to think about scenario planning. So what are some possible options that would be in front of us, and what would it take to execute any one of those options? From our conversation with the Secretary of State's office, we learned a lot about the various restrictions and requirements that they face in terms of administering an election. And I think, Commissioner Kennedy had raised some of these concerns previously, given his conversation with a county level registrar, I believe it was, is that correct? Yes. Things like that, there are various timelines that I was not completely aware of in terms of candidate filing, in terms of federal mandates for when ballots need to be sent overseas to military who are stationed overseas, things like that simply cannot change. It sounds like there's some opportunity potentially to move the June primary, but it wouldn't be very far. And so maybe we could potentially ask the legislature to do that and buy ourselves a couple of weeks. But ultimately, I think that we do have to be very aware of all of these other federal mandates when it comes down to finalizing a date in which we will deliver and certify the maps. So ideally, in the next week or so, we'll be able to come back with a further fleshed out set of scenarios that we as the commission can think about and consider, as well as potentially some recommendations of how to proceed and to set a reasonable date and deadline for ourselves of finishing the maps. And of course, that is a conversation that we'll need to have. I think what would be helpful to hear from everyone is if you want to hear from some of these folks yourselves, if you want us to simply bring back recommendations, if you want an education panel on all of these various timelines and timeframes, we're happy to coordinate whatever would be most satisfactory to the full commission. Yesterday, I was able to have a conversation with Lori Schellenberger, who many of you will, of course, know and recognize. She calls in regularly as a consultant for Common Cause. She had been very involved in the process prior to the seating of our commission of getting many of these stakeholders on board to have the Supreme Court weigh in on extending the initial deadline. So I think she can be very helpful to us as a thought partner in thinking through how we can best move forward and be a good partner to all of the other key players in this process. So that's kind of where we're at, and I look for your guidance in how you would best like to receive additional information. If you would like to have a further educational panel, or if you'd want us to just simply bring back the scenario planning that we discuss in this meeting and recommendations. And Commissioner Toledo, please feel free to jump in, because there were other issues that the Governmental Affairs Committee was working on that I knew you were heading up.
I think you did a great job, and I think in terms of bringing back a recommendation, in terms of coming up with our with our calendar. So thinking through our calendar for the work that we're doing and the timeframes that we have, all of the stakeholders are really looking to us to come to some kind of conclusion on when we will have the maps ready. And so of course we're weighing all of the feedback and getting it, and hopefully we'll be able to have a better understanding of the information so we can put scenario planning together and hopefully not have so hopefully will give us allow us to make a sense of the bad situation that we're all in, because I think we all have to acknowledge that everyone in every single stakeholder is in a difficult situation and has difficult time constraints, and so we're working through and trying to understand each one of those stakeholders' specific issues, concerns, and how we all might get together to make a bad situation a little bit better for all of us, or at least make the most of a bad situation, so that we can all accomplish our goal, which is to have the citizens of California be able to elect the people of their choosing to represent them.
Sorry, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I would very much endorse the idea of an educational session with CACEO and some of these others. I think that would be enormously useful to us. Second, I also think that we need to be following very closely these suits that have been filed by other states to speed up the release of census results. We need to be on top of where these stand, what chance they have of succeeding, et cetera. I mean, it is truly wonderful that one of the bases for the initial suit by the legislature against Secretary Padilla was to give this commission certainty in its planning, and that the Supreme Court actually, the California Supreme Court cited the need by this commission for certainty in its ruling. But that certainty can be yanked out from under us by actions of other states in the US Supreme Court. So we need to be following that extremely closely. Thank you.
Thank you, and very well put. Commissioner Ahmad.
I too would think that an educational panel would be super helpful. And then also to add to that, I think the public would really appreciate that as well, to join us in that conversation regarding timelines. Thank you for all your work on this.
Commissioner Forciari.
So who's the decision maker here? I mean, we just can't pick a date that's gonna be not gonna work. I mean, is the legislature the decision maker, or is this a committee decision making thing? And I support a panel.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Sadwani, you want to jump in?
Sure. It's complex, right? So we are an independent commission. We have until February 15th, according to the California Supreme Court. However, at the same time, I think if we just simply, move forward, it has significant implications on the ability of the county elections officials, the Secretary of State, to be able to legally hold a primary election, and even later on, depending on how much it would push things out, of holding a November election. my sense is that we're all here because we believe that Californians have the right and ability to engage in the political process. So to me, yes, we are an independent commission, and we do have, we're not asking the legislature for what our timeline needs to be, but I think to be good stewards of fair representation and political participation, then I think it is in our interest to kind of work through figuring out all of these legal, the legal components that our that these other key stakeholders have, and being good partners. That's kind of the approach that I've been taking, because if we just push through and say, okay, we're gonna just stick to February 15th because we have it, it's going to have a lot of negative consequences on the ability to hold a primary and then a later November election.
Thank you. Clearly, we're trying to see what's out there, what things really sort of can't change. And I also totally appreciate an education panel for everything, all the reasons that have been said. But I believe Commissioner Kennedy is probably going to say what was about to say about that February 15 date. I'll refer to Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. We won't know what our deadline is until the state receives the census data. We have an estimate of when the state might receive the data, but if we read the California Supreme Court ruling, the determination of the additional federal delay starts from with the number of days after July 31st that we receive the data. If we do receive the data if the state receives the data on September 30th, my count is that is 61 days. And if we take 61 days from December 15th, that's actually February 14th. So we need to be very precise and careful in all of these discussions, because if we plant seeds in the minds of the public that are wrong in the least detail, we're going to hear about it later on. So let's all be very careful and very precise in our discussions of this. Thank you.
And Commissioner Toledo.
I would agree with being careful and precise. And in addition to that, there is some urgency too with regards to doing scenario planning, especially as it relates to any legislation that might need to be put into the queue by the legislature in order to change deadlines in order to change the elections for the primary, if that's something that may or may not work, and that would have to be done over the next couple of weeks, if not months, probably closer in the next couple of weeks, most likely. And so that's just something that, and that date will be driven to some extent by our date. And whether that's February 15th or something earlier than that, it does have an impact on the electoral cycle and the work of the legislature and the work of other stakeholders.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
Did the stakeholders, especially kind of the Secretary of State, say what would be the ideal time? I mean, we're kind of playing around that, but I just feel like we need that for scenario planning and all that.
I mean, I think the ideal time that they said is also unrealistic, which is really December 31st. And so, which is unrealistic if we go by the time frame that Commissioner Kennedy kind of laid out, right? September, we get the data in September. We actually can utilize it in October. It really doesn't give us enough time for meaningful public input, and so that's that would be ideal, but it's probably not likely at this point, unless we get the census data earlier somehow.
Yeah, one thing I might add to that, remember, we have requirements in our statute, which are a 14-day period, a 7-day period, a 3-day period. And so, immediately you see right away, we got 3.5 weeks there that we can't do any work. So, there's that. Even if we get the data on Halloween, and we say we draw the maps the very next day. Remember, there are 4 maps that we have to draw as well. This isn't just one map. So the December 31st is, well, everything, this would be ideal for us, but we're like, we can't do that. So I see there's a bit of bargaining room here of what really can happen, what can happen. And this education panel, I feel, would be absolutely paramount to determine certain things cannot change now. Can we go backwards from that? Where in those little windows can we shift and change that? And we really don't know. And the public certainly can't feel confident in any decisions that we try to make if they also haven't heard this information. So the education panel is absolutely important. And I really appreciate the subcommittee bringing that idea forward.
The other thing I would add to my previous comment is, just like the December date doesn't work for us, the February date doesn't work for the Secretary of State. And so on both ends, there's trouble. The dates are problematic for different stakeholders.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
For purposes of just orienting ourselves and the public, and everyone having a clear understanding of the amount of work to do, I personally find it more useful to think in terms of having approximately 175 maps to draw rather than 4. 4 just sounds too easy. If we think of it as we have approximately 175 maps to draw in a very small number of days, that is going to help all of us have a better understanding of the magnitude of the work before us.
Thank you very much. That's absolutely correct. Commissioner Sadwani.
Just in terms of next steps, I'm happy to work on putting together an education panel. I think everyone we've spoken with thus far, I think, was open to that idea. We have said that we would meet April 6th on an as-needed basis. Would it be okay for us to move forward and actually use that date and attempt? And of course, we have to check everyone's schedules, but to try and do it April 6th. I think that the piece that Commissioner Toledo mentioned about the urgency is definitely real. We'll need to make some decisions fairly soon. If we actually are talking about the movement of the June primary, that's going to require an action of the legislature, which might take some time. So I think the sooner we can do this conversation, the better. So I just want to ask if everyone would feel comfortable with that, if we can get it scheduled.
That date is it has been reserved, but I believe the time frame, Commissioner Turner.
I think you may have been going there. I was just going to say, I have that scheduled for a meeting from 4 to 8 on the 6th. Yeah.
And would that be enough time? It's certainly enough time to move that, given our, yes. We can certainly readjust that because that's certainly 4 days within well beyond 14 days. So if the subcommittee would please look into, can some of these stakeholders make a meeting of that time frame, or what we would need? But certainly this is of highest priority. So I would please move forward with seeing what you can do, what you can arrange. And can we see, does anyone have any serious restraints with it being any time on April 6th? Commissioner Sinai.
I have just public education session that I'm doing at noon.
I know Commissioner Kutagawa and I have a tentative thing, but we're still working on that, so we might have to move that to the 20th. They only meet on Tuesdays, so we have to add part of Tuesday. Commissioner Toledo?
We did put a an item for the March 29th as a placeholder. Just it's not an education session, but it is an update on the impact of the census delay, and potentially we could bring some of these stakeholders on that day as well to give an update, not so much an education session that would require a little bit more detail, but an update on how the census delay is impacting their schedule, and do a fuller educational panel later on if there's an urgency. So if what we hear, if what Commissioner Sadwani and I hear from the stakeholders as we meet with them is that we need to bring something sooner, we could potentially bring something on the 29th because we have that update on the schedule, and then do an educational session later as well. So we do have that flexibility.
Thank you, Commissioner. Certainly, that is an option. I might look to my chair, who will be my vice chair, who will be the chair for that committee. In terms of possibilities, are you aware of other things that would preclude that? As I said, that is actually an item that's already on the agenda, so we could elaborate that. There are several different items which I know are on that agenda or will be sort of expanded on the 29th and the 1st agenda. But certainly that's very, very, very important. So as I would recommend that we do indeed see if we can bring just a quick update on that, particularly if your Thursday meeting indicates that they really need that, would really prefer a short on the 29th versus coming in on the 6th, but then possibly do the 6th as well.
Let me recommend that Commissioner Sadwani and I work with Commissioner Kennedy on figuring out whether to do it on the 29th or the 6th. And that way we can post accordingly and let the commissioners know what the final outcome is, depending on the stakeholders' schedules, because everyone's very busy this time of year.
Correct. The one thing I would say is, legally, Ms. Johnson will have a look in terms of, can we do a full presentation? That is not on the agenda. An update is, so I believe it would have to be a shortened version where on the 6th we could do a full panel. But that's something, Ms. Johnson, could you?
I think that's correct.
So, but it is a window. So how you, Commissioner Kennedy?
If we wanted to have that, have a larger event on Thursday, April 1st, it currently being more than 2 weeks before the 1st of April, could we repost a revised agenda and have that on the Thursday?
Yes, you could.
Then that would be a separate, because at present it's the 29th and the 1st. It's a continuation meeting. So we would have to separate that as the 29th and then the 1st. Is that an issue with things that would be continued?
You could do both. You could continue the 29th meeting and also convene as a separate meeting on the 1st. And one other point I wanted to make, the legislature has no power to change the timing of the commission, which is why it took the California Supreme Court. But if you're concerned about your time limits on the 14 days, 7 days, 3 days, that could be the subject of a separate request to the California Supreme Court if those times need to be adjusted. So you're not wedded to those, but the avenue for changing them is to the court, not to the legislature.
in terms of hours. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you for that, Marion. In particular, I don't recall that the Supreme Court's ruling from last year changed the timing of that 3-day notice window. And I would think that it would be important for us to move that window to correspond with the last month, if you will, or last 2 weeks of our work on the maps. It will do us no good to have a 3-day notice requirement in August if we don't have the data yet in August.
There is a workaround that the commission used in 2010. In that year, I don't know if you remember, originally the 3-day was for September, which was when the original deadline was to draw the maps. When the congressional districts were added in 2010, it left it with the September date for the 3-day meetings, which made no sense since the maps had to be drawn by the August. What the commission did as a workaround was to notice hearings on every single day and then cancel them. So it could be done that way as an alternative to actually getting clearance from the court. As long as you notice it on every day, then you've satisfied. If you do that 14 days ahead of time, then you don't have to worry about the 3-day notice.
Yeah, that actually, I think we're talking about slightly different things here. When I was talking about there are windows where there's a time from when you post a map and when it becomes final versus just doing agenda items.
Right, and as far as changing those dates, that's what you would need the Supreme Court to step in on because you have no authority to change that. But you could work around the 3-day requirement that the way it worked is in the last month of map drawing, you only had to give 3-day notice. But if you were required to do the 14 days notice, then you just notice every day 14 days ahead of time and you're covered.
Right, so posting the agendas, that won't be an issue no matter when we move it. But and since the 14 and 7 and 3-day that I was talking about refer to time for the public to go over a draft map and an approved map. By map, I mean the set of the 175 maps. And since those are public input, I think we want to leave those sacrosanct because that is the big issue that everyone's concerned about, given the shift is that the public will be let out or, not be able to participate. And so those days, I think we need to really contemplate before we ever did anything with that. However, we have many other items that that is a fine point, which we would need to consider ahead of time. But as the subcommittee has brought to us, there are other dates that really have to happen even before that. So let's go ahead with the subcommittee working with the stakeholders, coming back with the next chair of Kennedy for that, the 29th and the first meeting, and see what we can put in for that time frame. Any other items that the commission, does the subcommittee have any other items? Because I know you were working on several different things, but clearly this is the most important. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Great, then thank you very much. That's a very important report. And now we'll move on to another equally important, number 9B. Oh, actually, hang on a minute. It is actually 12:33. Do we want to go ahead and take lunch at this point, or do you want to come in? How much time is involved in your report?
I'll make it very brief.
Okay.
As we've already talked about half the things we needed to talk about, and the other 2 things are just sort of ongoing. We just want to give you an update. One of the things that we wanted to get a better handle on is managing our meeting costs, and if we have meeting time scheduled and we cancel meetings, how does that cost us? How much does that cost us? How far ahead of time do we have to cancel these meetings so we don't get charged, so that we can be a little more diligent about managing our, is it better to go longer on a day and not have a 2-day meeting kind of thing? So we're gathering information on that. Okay, that's the update. And then we're also working on the meeting minutes and agenda tool. I think we have an alternative approach to getting that tool, which would just add complexity and cost and work. But we have a couple more questions we're trying to answer. So we will have updates on both of those topics next time we get together.
Thank you very much. Then with that, well, actually, we'll go ahead 9C, the Gantt chart. Any reports?
Commissioner Vasquez has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. You're blending in, Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, sorry. I'm very sunsetty today. Sorry, were we going to break for lunch? I just had something to share before we break for lunch.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, in any case, I won't be. I may or may not be joining for closed session. Wanted to let everyone know I'm getting vaccinated today. So for the public, when it is your turn, please sign up. Because of my high-risk long COVID conditions, I'm eligible. If you are eligible, sign up, go get vaccinated. So I will be getting vaccinated this afternoon. And depending on how that goes, I may or may not be able to join for closed session.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and way to go.
Me too, this afternoon. So, yeah.
Wow. Good. Well done. Well done.
Well, I got mine last week, so. Come on, Californians, let's get vaccinated.
I was supposed to get mine yesterday and they canceled it, saying there was a shortage.
They canceled mine too, so I found another appointment. So yeah, I have some feedback. I have some feedback for the state on this process.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you. It is 12:36. Shall we break now and then come back? We might as well go ahead and break now. So come back. Let's see, at 1:36 after our wonderful lunches, and we will continue. At that point, we'll jump into the exciting news on the Gantt chart 9C. Yes, 9C. So thank you very much, everyone, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a nice lunch. As our usual custom, at this time, we will ask for public comment. Katie, could you please read the instructions?
Yes, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 918-3469-1695 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk. Please press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state it and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. And at this time, we do not have anyone in the queue.
Thank you. We'll wait just a few minutes to let the live stream catch up. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I just wanted to let you know that Commissioner Ahmad and I met with staff to discuss the Deputy Executive Director position. So we do have our recommendations if you want to go back. If not, we can discuss it whenever we want to fit it into the agenda.
Oh, thank you very much. Actually, we might take that up, since it's fresh in our minds, we might take that up next before we move on to the Gantt chart.
And Chair, the instructions are complete on the stream.
Thank you, Katie. No, no one in the queue?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Then at this time, yes, I would like to go back to, well, which actually item that was under the, I guess that was under the executive director, wasn't it? Yes, under staffing. So yes, going back to that item, we have a possible, an update from Commissioner, let's see, from the Executive Director, Deputy Executive Director Recruiting Committee, which is Commissioners Fernandez and Commissioners Ahmad. So could you please give us your information?
Sure, I'll jump in there. So we had a brief meeting over lunch with Alvaro, Freddie, and Raul, and we have an update regarding our discussion from earlier today. So as the org chart has been shared online, we are recommending 2 changes. The first change being pulling out the communications arm of that org chart so that the Director of Communications would report directly to the Executive Director. In this case, it happens to be Freddie reporting directly to Alvaro. The second change, which we got confirmation from Raul, is that we can change the title of Deputy Executive Director to Director of Outreach without going through the long process that we anticipated. So we do have that ability to change that working title to reflect that new position. Commissioner Fernandez, is there anything else?
Yeah, and so that Director of Outreach, they would be over the outreach and the data management side of it. And then also with that, we'll be updating the duty statement. So at this point, what we just wanted confirmation that we can move forward with the recruitment. I don't believe it has to be an action item because the position's already approved. It's just if there's consensus that we can move forward with how we're recommending to move forward with this position.
Chair, you're muted.
Thank you. Oh, Commissioner Kennedy.
Just a question. We can recruit with a different title. What are the boundaries as far as salary?
So,
yes, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, so the salary range would be the 9180 to 12,800 monthly. So it would be within that range, the same range that we had as a Deputy Executive Director range.
Thank you. And so we're not eliminating the we're actually, are we all okay with changing from the Deputy Executive Director to Director of Outreach? Any objection to that? Wait, this is any objection? Hearing none. All right. Well, we did discuss this, and this is an item that we asked to bring back to the commission. Am I seeing any further discussion on this recommendation or any objections to this recommendation? Seeing none, continue with the hire, please. Well done. And I recommend that we make those changes to the org chart as well. Oh, I'm sorry, I do have one question. We have Office Tech reporting now to the Director of Outreach. Is that still the same? Got it. All right, thank you very much. So moving back to number 9C, the Gantt chart, with Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor.
Nothing significant to report at this point.
Thank you very much. Then 9D, the line drawers. Commissioner Sadwani. I don't actually see her right now. Anyway, I'll jump in. Unfortunately, we don't have any further word from the Office of Legal Services. They did ask for some questions still on the some numbers, and it's still in their hands. So no update at this point, unfortunately. We still don't have the go-ahead to work with them. So moving right along, number 9E, the VRA Compliance Committee. And that is Yee and Sadwani.
Yes, thank you. Nothing new to report. We're still anticipating having Eric McGee from the Public Policy Institute come to present the demographic report, probably in April now. So you'll hear about that soon.
Great. Please look ahead and get that on the agenda, because I know we're all anticipating that information. Thank you. Number 9F, Outreach and Engagement, Commissioners Sinai and Forcieri.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to find our write-up here. Let's see. So so I'm going to review a bunch of different things. We'll start with the public education sessions, the redistricting overview sessions. We just an update. We've had 25 redistricting basic presentations to date and 11 upcoming presentations.
So there was the staff sent out a copy of the blurb that went out telling people that we have these presentations, and if they would like them in their communities, they forwarded the email. It was based on text that Commissioner Kennedy had given them. And we just wanted to let you know that it went out to 4,100 emails.
Okay. Let's see, we continue to receive requests for public education sessions. Patricia and Wanda are vetting and connecting commissioners within 2 days of receiving those requests. There is a bit of a backlog, so they're catching up, but that will be the plan, 2 days. And then if the commissioners could respond as soon as they can to get so that they can get back to the requesting group within 4 business days. As far as Q&A, last meeting, someone had brought up that there were some, it would be nice to gather a Q&A or frequently asked questions that commissioners are getting during their presentation. So staff will be asking as a follow-up to presentations, how many people were in attendance, what questions came up, and a few other questions. So they'll follow up with the commissioners to begin to gather that Q&A sheet, and based on what's shared with them. So, I mean, if you have some questions you'd like to share with them, you can do that. Or, I mean, at this point, are there any questions that anybody had during their presentation that they'd like to share with others right now?
Commissioner Turner, and also Commissioner Sinai, you're part of the committee, so you can sort of chime in.
Thank you. I was going to respond, and then Commissioner Forcieri threw a little shift on the end of his questioning. I wasn't responding to that per se. I was one of the ones that was bringing up the desire of having a Q&A specifically for we have a wonderful Q&A spot already on our website and what have you for the general redistricting information. I had a chance, for example, to listen to a group that Commissioner Vasquez presented to. She did a wonderful job, but they asked a little bit deeper questions than what we typically cover from a general perspective. And she did good. Some I think she ended up following up on, but either way it went, I thought, oh, that's good. I wonder if we're capturing the deeper questions to be able to share out so that there's not the pause of how do I want to respond to that. Now, unfortunately, I did not write those questions down. This is the question I have is when we do our extra hiring for support and what have you, if there are people that will sit in or through some of the sessions, I think it would be more beneficial. For the sessions that I've been presenting, they've gone well, but I don't see that I would stop presenting, showing the slides, write down the questions that they asked in preparation of sharing it out later. So you'd be relying on my memory. Let's see, what did they ask me? How did I respond? And you don't want to rely on my memory. And so if there is a different way for us to capture these questions, I think it would be beneficial to all.
Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, I had previously suggested a feedback form, and I would reiterate that suggestion that if we can start any session with that feedback form in front of us, we're more likely to collect all of the information that we want. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute.
When I raised my hand, I was just going to share one of the unique questions that came up. And I shared it with those, the one that came up for me was, and I think it's come up twice, is when you're looking at communities of interest, what are you going to do when you have competing communities of interest? And my response was a little, I just said, I'll let you know when we get there, but yes, that's what's keeping me up at night.
So Commissioner Turner, in response to your question and your thought, I mean, we did talk about that. At this point, the folks just don't have the bandwidth to do that. And in response to your question, Commissioner Kennedy, we're putting together, we met with USDR yesterday and talked to them about creating kind of a light version of a customer relationship management tool, so we can track all these things, and part of that would be a form to capture feedback from the sessions for the commissioners. Okay, I can't see the screen when I'm talking, so if just yell at me if you need me to stop.
You're doing a great job, and I don't see any hands at this point.
Okay.
So keep on going. Thank you.
Okay. So we want to thank Cecilia for the media training. And just to note that the redirect techniques can be used when engaging the public. If a question comes up during a presentation that's near crossing the line of how we engage, you can use that technique as well. That helped me a bit yesterday in my interview. So I really appreciated that part of the training. Let's see. Oh, the outreach and engagement plan. We were talked about updating it with the new parameters. We discussed it last meeting. We were working on it. We just haven't got it quite finished. So we'll get that next week. As far as statewide outreach meetings, between this meeting and the last meeting, Commissioner Sinai and I met with Chris Lev Twombly. He's the CEO of the State Alliance of YM, and they're definitely willing to partner with us. And the reason this came up was
YMCA. No, you went out, Neil, and people are looking at what was YM.
What did I say?
Your internet cut out, so I was just, people are looking to try to figure out. Yeah, it was just a second, but it was YMCA. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, sorry, YMCA. And that came up because, from the education discussions we had last week as an organization where, kids and adults spend some time. It was an interesting conversation. The one thing of note is that they lost 65% of their income this past year due to COVID. But they see redistricting as an opportunity to engage members as clubs begin to open. And they're really very open to partnering with other organizations to work with us. So we'll be sending him some information he's going to get with his board of directors, and we may be giving them an redistricting basics presentation in the near future. We also met with Equality California, Tony Huang, Samuel Garrett Pate, Robbie Rodriguez, Jeremy Payne from Equity California, and Paul Mitchell from Redistricting Partners. So Equity California has hired Paul to conduct a VRA type of analysis for the LGBTQ plus community, just like he did in 2010. And they'll create heat maps to present to the commission showing where the LGBTQ plus community resides. And they also encouraged us to ask our line drawers to obtain the LGBTQ plus data from the ACS census report. And they're very interested in partnering with us in a panel, LGBTQ plus panel coming up. So that was a really good conversation too. I learned a lot about their work and what they're doing. And so we're looking forward to partnering with them. We also met with the Brian Watkins. He's the Deputy Executive Director of the California GOP. So it's interesting, GOP is focused on encouraging participation in the process, and they are probably not going to be submitting maps. Another issue of focus for them is they really want to see transparency from the commission. That's a big deal for the party. So we talked about that. Not that he didn't think we were being transparent. It's just that's important to them. We did talk with them about reaching out to rural communities. That came up in our last meeting as maybe a pathway through the parties to reach out to rural communities. And he thought that was a good idea. And he's willing to partner, or the GOP is willing to partner with other parties to host events, more centralized events in rural areas to help us engage with folks who might not be engaged in other or have other opportunities to be engaged with community partners and that kind of thing. And so Commissioner Sinai and I will be reaching out to other parties too. And then do you want to talk to this last bullet since you talked to Ms. Williams?
Sure. We had a meeting with the California National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and just NAACP. Sometimes people know it better by their acronyms. Betty Williams is on staff, and she's going to take it to their board. They did participate in census, and she thinks that they will want to participate in redistricting as well. So we're putting a package together, and we created they're sending our outreach letter out to all their chapters. And we also connected them with the Black Census and Redistricting Hub. They didn't know, they weren't sure if they were part of the work that they were doing. So we have connected them as well. And then the last point here before future panels is just that the CRC sent out its first newsletter. We had talked about Freddie's creating a newsletter, and it did go out. And the idea is for the statewide groups, they've been really excited to get the newsletter so they can take articles out of the newsletter and put it into their newsletter. And so Freddie's going to be sending that out at the beginning of the month. And And I've asked him to please include commissioners, just so we know what newsletters, what correspondence is going out to the different zones. Commissioner Fornaciari.
Okay. So future panels. At this point, we're planning the LGBTQ plus panel, a labor panel, a rural panel. Dolores Huerta has asked to present at this panel, and we will invite her to join us. A housing panel, a transportation panel, and a government entities panel, and I believe Commissioner Kennedy is facilitating that panel. I can't see if he's nodding or not. And then zone outreach. So as okay. So the best way we're trying to figure out the best way to create a streamlined process for reporting outreach one-on-one. As I mentioned, we're working with USDR to create a database. So we'll update you on that. And as Commissioner Sinai already mentioned, we'd like to ask all the commissioners to please send Marcy an email, a consolidated email at the end of the week with all of your meetings and outcomes and follow-up needs, including who will be doing the task and the contact information that you spoke to, so she can track that. And Patricia and Marcy will be reaching out to the zone teams to brainstorm how the field staff can better support their efforts. And as the field staff, the field leads jobs will be posted next week. So we want to take just pause a minute and offer the opportunity for commissioners to talk about any outreach highlights you want to share. I don't think we need to go through all the outreach, but if there are any highlights they'd like to share. Okay, so I have one. I sent a letter to the chair, a letter of introduction on behalf of myself and Commissioner Kennedy to all of the chairs of the boards of supervisors in the 6 counties in Zone E. And so, I want to connect with the boards of supervisors to offer them an opportunity for an education program, but also an opportunity for them to give us some direction on communities that we should be reaching out to. And so if anyone's interested in a copy of that letter, I can, and the email I sent, I'd be happy to share. Commissioner Turner? Will you? Okay.
And yes, I'd like one, please.
Okay, so I think what I'll do then is I'll probably, I don't want to break the rules here. So Freddie, I'm going to send it to you. And if you can share it, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. It's a very, very thorough report here. Commissioners, questions and things like that? Okay, Commissioner Kutagawa.
I actually have a few questions. Just this one's going to be easy. Commissioner Fornaciari, what did you mention after the 4 panels? You mentioned housing. What was the one after housing and before government entities?
Transportation.
Transportation. Okay. The reason why I asked is I have a question. Public utilities like electricity, gas, and water actually covers a lot of ground in terms of, obviously throughout the state of California. And I'm wondering if there would be a value, and I guess obviously I think that there may be because I wouldn't mention it, but perhaps there may be a value in having their public affairs folks come in and to understand, just the extent, and then is there an opportunity to also partner with them to help get the word out about redistricting. And it may be that it doesn't have to be a panel. Maybe it's a conversation between, you and Commissioner Sinai. But that's just a thought, because as regulated utilities, they obviously have very close contact with, state government. So they have government affairs people, and but they also serve, all of the people of California too. And so they have touches with everybody some way, somehow amongst all of them.
Weren't you on the board of SoCal Edison or something, or advisory board or something?
I was on their advisory board at one point. It's been probably about 5-6 years now since I've been on, but I definitely, and I think that's also why I'm thinking about it, because of the, I guess, what I know about them. And so if I'm happy to make the introduction if you think that that's appropriate as well too. So thought I'd just ask about that.
Yeah, that'd be great. And we can, so I'll just respond just quickly. Commissioner Sinai and I can, we'll kind of take that, and if you could make the introduction, and we could talk to them and PG&E, and I think there's one in San Diego or something. Just we'll kind of test the water and see if there's something there that makes sense for a panel or not.
You should be able to get a list of, from to the PUC, because there are many public utilities, and they might be able to give you an overview of how to quickly reach, particularly this, because while the big ones are really good, it would be really nice to get in touch with the small ones, because that would help us with our rural outreach. Unfortunately, I don't know anyone on the PUC, but.
And it could be that if you start with a couple, 2, 3, they might be able to help you. But I agree. I think the PUC idea would also be good, because then it makes sure that you are able to cover the entire state. So, and obviously utility issues are complicated here in the state as well too. So I also have a second question for you, Commissioner Fornaciari. I was interested to hear what you were saying about your meeting with the California GOP, and just for clarification, did when you mentioned, one, I wanted to make sure I heard correctly. Did they say that they will not be participating in the redistricting process, or the way they're going to participate is different?
Yeah, they said it's likely they're not going to be drawing maps and submitting maps to us. They're going to be encouraging participation broadly, and non in sort of a nonpartisan way. They want to just encourage all Californians to participate.
Okay. And did they share, when they talked about transparency being important? I'm curious, was there anything in particular that they mentioned that they were particularly paying attention to that I think may be good for all of us to just also be conscious of or be aware of? Because, different people do look at this in different ways, and I think it's just good for all of us to be aware too.
That's a great question. And I think Commissioner Sinai takes way better notes than I do. And I think she's looking at her notes right now. So we'll follow up on that. Okay. I don't recall off the top of my head. I just wrote down a big transparency was important to them, but there was probably something, but I don't recall what it was.
I had also talked earlier to another Republican strategist, and part of this was because we had noticed that a lot of our public sessions were more the Democrat Party, local parties were asking for presentations, but we hadn't gotten much from the Republican Party. So we just wanted to check in to see if there was something we were missing. And basically, the only thing we were missing was they were getting ready for their convention. So they've been really busy with their convention, and that's probably why we haven't heard from any of the group. And he, Brian was pretty honest, saying that transparency is really important, that that it comes up and it's critical, but they haven't seen anything that's concerning them. But that's just what he hears from, he had just gotten that back from the convention. And so that was just transparency, that word kept coming up. but there was nothing in particular.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, it's just interesting. It's just like communication, you know, I in the work that I do, communication comes up a lot, but what is communication? There's so many different definitions. And that's why I think, you know, the more we can have people help us really speak to what's important to them around transparency, the better we can be in terms of ensuring that we are being, you know, transparent in many, you know, in the various ways, because I think we all define it differently too. So.
No, and we did ask in different ways, just because I was like, wait, we need to know that. So we were as curious as you were. And we also talked about the need to be transparent with all parties. And that's why they said, you know, we're really open to doing the outreach in the rural areas with the other parties as well, that we can get our members to open up, you know, provide areas where people can go and use the computers. And yeah, so they definitely understood that it would have to be multi-partisan, and that's part of transparency, and that's part of the equal access. And it was one person we were talking to, but he was representing so that was just the main thing.
That sounds great, and I think for Commissioner Anderson and I, that's particularly welcome news too, because we have Zone G. So. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Commissioner Akutagawa actually jogged my memory a little bit in terms of conversations I had when she mentioned the public utilities. And I can't remember which county it was that I was talking to. It might have been Colusa, but Commissioner Lamont might remember. But they actually said during the census that they collaborated with some of the like the local government agencies, like maybe the utilities or waste management or the phone companies. And what they did is they were able to insert flyers into those mailings. So they just suggested trying to connect with some of whoever's already sending out bills or information, either electronically or snail mail. You might want to get into contact with them and collaborate with them, because they already have an avenue in terms of receiving information.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, that has always and everywhere been a really good and effective strategy. And I would say along those lines, grocery stores and grocery chains send out weekly flyers. That might be something that the subcommittee, as far as statewide outreach, looks at. You know, is there a way to convince the Ralphs and Vons and Albertsons and so forth of the world, or not of the world, but of California, to put something in their weekly flyers?
When I was on the commission for First 5, which is children 0 to 5, I used to always say that our best outreach would be to put on baby diapers. Put our advice to parents on baby diapers, because parents are spending so much time changing them. But I think that's a great idea. I just wanted to share, I quickly looked up the California PUC. They've got 5 commissioners and 4 of them are women. So they beat us in women representation. But we will follow up with that. Thank you. With both.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. I don't see any other hands at this time. I just want to bring back to some of the questions that were brought into the public comments this morning about the COI tool training. And I just want to remind this committee if they could have a look into that and contemplate that, and obviously come back to us. I just want to bring that up again. Thank you.
We will be discussing that at our design meeting, because we'll need all of us, the different players.
Yes, just wanted to bring that up. Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Just when you mentioned COI tool, it just reminded me of a couple other things. In the Orange County Outreach Zone, two separate things. One is one of the early outreach partners that we've been communicating with. They were the ACBO for the census in the Orange County region. They are willing to help once we're ready to do public education meetings that I believe we said we were going to do, the presentations, the redistricting basics presentations that would be done by the commission. They did say that they would be willing to help put the word out for that. And I just wanted to say that because I did say that, stay tuned until we can determine when those dates will be. We also, Commissioner Sadwani and I also did meet with the Orange County Civic Engagement Table, and they too are looking to not necessarily. So this is the question, I guess, or maybe what I'll just share. They said that their members they're pretty well versed in just the basics of redistricting. I think they're looking for something that would be a little bit more. And they mentioned, I guess maybe this goes into the questions like they wanted to know more about the commission structure. It sounded like they wanted to, how we're going to be making decisions. It sounded like they're looking for, a little bit more of the, I guess, as someone maybe once said, the sausage making. They wanted to understand that a little bit more. So we're going to be, they're going to send in a request for a presentation, but the presentation would be for something that would be, I guess you could say, Redistricting Basics 201 maybe. So thought I'd just share that as well too.
Thank you. Any other items from the committee? No, thank you very much.
We're just looking forward to our meeting on the input design meeting on Thursday afternoon.
Great, thank you. Then moving on, we go to 9G, which is language access. Commissioners Akutagawa and Fernandez.
In terms of, we don't have another update on the contracts yet. Those are still going through the system for translation and interpreter services. And then also, as Commissioner Fornashari said, we are, much of the information will be discussed during the subcommittee meeting on Thursday.
Thank you. Then we have item 9H, materials development. Commissioners Fernandez and Kennedy.
Okay, so I think the only thing we have is the COI tool, the communities of interest tool, the paper. There have been revisions to it. It is posted online, so hopefully you've had a chance to review it. The other collateral materials that have been approved are already online under outreach, and it's under materials. So if those that are listening, if they want to get the most recent and up-to-date documents, they can go there.
And are you actually the group more who will be coming up with this redistricting one, more in depth, and the more in depth with the COI tool, or is this a joint with you and the outreach group?
I don't know.
my sense is that we're the team, or the materials development subcommittee was the team that came up with the redistricting basics. Happy to get input from any and all commissioners, but we were the ones that finalized that, so I would imagine it would be the same.
Well, then I believe I'd like to charge you with coming up with a COI tool training basic, because clearly that's been asked and asked and asked, certainly this morning, and I know it's been mentioned before. So that is a little presentation in itself, as well as then, and I don't know if you want to start thinking of ideas. This sort of is our natural progression, is that education. We talked about going into the COI, then going a little bit deeper, possibly into the more info on the criteria of redistricting. So if you could, the subcommittee could please look into what's next. And obviously, please work with the outreach committee, subcommittee.
Well, and we also have to work with statewide database because there is an online tutorial for the COI tool.
Correct.
So we don't want to duplicate anything. We may need to develop something that helps point people to materials that statewide database has already developed.
That's exactly what the commission would like the subcommittee to look into, to come back with a recommendation for us. Thank you. Okay. And any other questions for the subcommittee? Seeing none. We do have a new subcommittee. It's called the website subcommittee. And it's been brought to my attention that it might make sense to insert this between materials and right after the materials development. So I'm just going to call on them at this point to say hello and just give a little bit of any idea. So the website committee, which would be Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Just, I guess, as a point of process, we try to just make sure that everything's functioning and working with the website. As of this morning, everything appears okay. It doesn't mean that there aren't any bugs that might come up. When they do, we'll address them accordingly. Please continue to send any of your ideas and feedback, and we'll try to make sure that things translate from the theoretical onto the website, like for instance, posting the videos or posting the schedules. We try to make sure that becomes an efficient process. Anything additional, Commissioner Kennedy? Or Commissioner
Not at this point.
I assume you called on me, Commissioner Anderson.
Sorry, yes.
Muted again. I'm just, so we've received some questions about the old website and some of the inavailability of some of the videos. And what I had heard was that the server had crashed and some of those were permanently lost. Is that, do you guys have any info on that, or what's still available, what's lost? Do you know at all, or had you heard that, I guess?
Yes, that is what we heard. I found out about that last week too, along with the communication director, Director Seha. We're trying to assess what we have and what we don't, and if anything is recoverable. What we have, we'll try to repost, and we will recreate what we can to try to get that 2010 website back to what it was.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to have that brought up so the public could hear that some of them, it's likely that some of them are lost, but we're figuring it out.
I have gone to the Wayback Machine. I haven't started digging around for the 2010 materials on the Wayback Machine, but my sense is that we may be able to find some of that material elsewhere. I also saw a document about the 2010 commission having some of its materials archived at a university. So, we I think are going to have a couple of different sources to pull from, even if it is a process of rebuilding it piece by piece, I think we'll be able to find most of the pieces.
I agree with Commissioner Kennedy. He just gave away one of my investigative techniques. If you know specifically where something lived, you typically can go back and find it because the internet is constantly saving itself.
Ms. Johnston, and then Commissioner Yee.
This may have been looked at already, and I only have a vague memory of it, but I believe that there was a backup drive that was preserved at the end of the 10-year period that one of the commissioners had. And I don't know if that's been explored or not.
This will be my first hearing of that, and we'll go down that avenue.
Commissioner Yee.
I just wanted to mention there are full transcripts of the 2010 commission meetings are readily available and up and linked. So they look full to me. I have not exhaustively confirmed that, but yeah, full, verbatim transcripts are available, so it's not all lost.
Thank you.
Chair, this is Christian. I wanted to interject real quick and give you a quick update. I did get a request from staff to begin converting the video that we have from the first commission, and we have begun that process of downloading and converting the video from the first commission. And we have almost all of it, except for at the very, very beginning, there were a couple of meetings that were either delivered by hand or were not done by us. But the majority of those videos I have and are in the process of being converted to a more modern format.
Thank you very much, Christian. That's a new source of information. Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, can I take the opportunity to ask staff where we are on getting transcripts of the 2020 commission meetings?
Do we have any staff who might be able to answer that?
I was going to defer to Commissioner Fernandez. We had a conversation about that in particular.
Oh, okay, thank you. I didn't realize you were Commissioner Fernandez.
First of all, as far as I'm aware, we've never agreed to have transcripts, because a transcript of just one day would probably be 800 pages. So we've never agreed to that, and that would be a huge cost factor. So if that's something that the commission wants, which I would not support that. I mean, I wouldn't want to have that because of the cost. The second thing that we're looking at is, as Commissioner Fornashari discussed earlier in our finance and administration, we are looking at different ways to manage our meeting, which would also consist of how to align our meeting agendas with the actual video, in terms of being able to, if somebody wants to go back to last meeting for item number 10, we could actually point them to the time or on the video that they could zoom forward to. Those videos would have captioning also. But again, in terms of transcriptions, as far as I'm aware, that was never something that was decided as a commission that I'm aware
of. We have had parts of these discussions before, because we had a very elaborate discussion about trying to match the time on a video to the agenda. So quite a bit of this has been discussed. I don't quite know the status of it. And one thing because there was the idea of transcripts, and we've always been talking about, can we just get a meeting summary, some sort of outline summary, and that started happening and then stopped happening, and we're nowhere. So I might ask Commissioner Kennedy and then also Director Hernandez.
I can answer that if you'd like.
Yes, if you have information on that one, unless
sure.
Mr. Kennedy also.
You want me to go?
Yes, please.
Okay. So let's see. So this is a role that the commission secretary is going to fulfill, as far as providing a meeting summary. And as Commissioner Fernandez said, we're trying to develop a process where the commission secretary can kind of track when items are being discussed. And then the idea would be put up an updated agenda with the time on the video when each of the topics are being discussed. so that folks don't have to watch the whole video. They can just go directly to the section that they're interested in hearing about.
And Chair, this is Christian again. We have scheduled some time also with the subcommittee later this week to discuss options about how to do that.
Sorry. Thank you, Christian. Commissioner Kennedy.
I mean, we don't have good records of what we have and haven't discussed other than the videos, but the 2010 Commission had transcripts of all of its meetings available on its website, or at least a lot of meetings. And I'm sitting here looking at the list. I believe there were transcripts from the first 8, although the Shape California's Future website seems to be down at this point. And so maybe I was assuming that we would have transcripts, but it seems like there's plenty of transcripts of other meetings. And I know that we have had public calls saying that it would certainly be a lot easier for them to go in and find things if there were a transcript rather than having to sit through an entire video.
Yes. Commissioner Forciari, did you want to answer that one, or?
Yeah, so that was kind of the idea of this kind of compromise, right? So I mean, I don't recall the conversations either, but it wasn't started. Transcripts weren't started. It's my understanding that they did transcripts last time as a part of is just sort of an ongoing thing, because last time the auditor started doing transcripts, so they just continued doing it. And I mean, I don't know how we got to a point where we were not doing transcripts this time, but that's where we are. And so we thought it would be a reasonable compromise approach to time code each agenda item so that folks could go back and just watch the agenda item that they're interested in learning or seeing about. If that, that was our thinking.
I believe this is an item that the public who's listening might want to call in about at the end of the day when we do our public comments, and give us some input. Commissioner Kennedy, I'm sorry, I keep on going. Director Hernandez, you did want to say something, and I'll come back to you, Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, our videos do have closed captioning on them, and we do have a court reporter who is available, who is capturing that information. One of the things that we found in trying to post any transcripts in PDF, it's not accessible, readable, I should say, not accessible. It's not readable, and so that causes some issues for those that are using, trying to screen readers. Thank you very much. Lost my track of thought. So it doesn't work well with screen readers, the PDF versions of those type of documents. So that's been the challenge, and causes problems in that way. But we do have the closed captioning. We do have the court reporter that is capturing that information. So we do have the video as well that is available in lieu of actual transcripts. So I think, though the commission in 2010 did that, I don't know if it's absolutely a must that we have to have it this go around, because we have these other options that weren't available then.
Commissioner Kennedy.
I mean, my recollection is that the individual who called in probably not the last meeting, but the one before, the issue was being able to do like a keyword search. If there's a transcript, you can do a keyword search. If there's a video, you can't do a keyword search.
Mm-hmm. True. Well, at this point, we have as if the subcommittee could go ahead and look into, just give us, say, oh, the cost is a great deal, kind of give us an idea of the cost, but also continue looking into other ways we might be able to address this, including how can people access this material. Obviously, if we can do a summary as well as then a link to the time frame in a video, that would certainly be, the summary would be keyword searchable, and then you could go and look at the videos. And the videos, all the videos do have their closed caption at the bottom. Is that correct? I'm seeing some nods. Yes. Okay. Because I'm thinking of accessibility. Okay. Thank you very much. Then a lot here, obviously. Is there any other items in this one of discussion, the commissioners? No. Okay. Thank you very much then. Website. So that brings us then to, check the timing, data management, which is.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah,
yes, thank you. That's myself and Commissioner Ahmad. Currently, we will not have anything in this update time period to report out on, and we are also giving back the time on the schedule for agenda item number 13 until we move forward with our other hire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so we'll note that item 13 on the agenda can be struck through. If you'll notice, I did not say that about item number 12, the line drawer RFP presentation, because I keep on hoping that at the end of today, we'll have the contract done by the Office of Legal Services, and we would have a line drawer just come and give us a quick summary tomorrow. If that does not happen tonight, obviously item 12 will also be struck. But at this time, you can go ahead and remove item 13 from the agenda. Thank you very much, Commissioners. Moving on to item J, 9J, grants. Commissioners Akutagawa and Commissioner Lamons.
Okay, on this one, I just want to report, we don't have a lot to report. We are still researching the various options. We're running into a little bit of a glitch, which I think we may have alluded to last week, that we might have to make a switch from an RFA to an RFP. There's just some process kind of things that we're just trying to work out. So at this time right now, we don't have anything further to report.
Okay, thank you. Then we go to item K, Community of Interest Tool, Commissioners Akutagawa and Kennedy.
Commissioner Akutagawa, do you want to start?
Okay, I'll just start by saying we did release the Communities of Interest tool last week in both traditional and simplified Chinese, as well as Tagalog, which is the one of the Filipino languages. We're excited to say that we will also now be releasing in Vietnamese. I believe tomorrow it's scheduled for. And then additionally, we did get a note from the statewide database. Jamie Clark said that they do have the budget and they would be willing to translate in 2 additional languages, which we had left up as a to be determined. And that would be in Thai, because that was one of the approved languages by the Secretary of State for Elections. We felt that it was important to try to accommodate if we could. And then the other additional language, which was on the bubble, also was Hmong. So just wanted to share that that is going to be in process as well too.
What was the other one?
Hmong.
Commissioner Sinai.
I just want to say I was at a meeting in southern San Diego last night, and they applauded the COI being in Tagalog. So I just wanted to put it out there.
Were you in National City?
They discussed National City, but it was the South Bay, but National City was part of it.
I've also asked Statewide Database in their weekly reporting to start providing us with usage statistics, anything that they're easily able to generate. We're trying not to overload them, but we would like to be able to provide the commission with some sort of ongoing reporting as far as how many people are using the tool and including how many people are using it in different languages.
Thank you. Could also, for the next meeting, could the group actually come back with just and use as a handout when someone goes onto the community of interest tool and uses it, what do they get? What do they come away with? Just so we have sort of the public can actually see, for the people who have not participated, even if we need to make up a community of our own for a couple for examples, I think that would be very helpful for the commission moving forward, so we actually have a good idea of what people are looking at, and just for the general public. We could be
Commissioner Anderson, just for clarification, are you talking about the once you put in your responses to the questions and you submit your map, and I think we're supposed to get an email that confirms what it is that we submitted. Are you talking about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah. Additionally, we could get just just one or two examples from the statewide database in terms of what then they will be sending. But the one I was originally discussing is what does the public get, so we understand when we're talking to going on our outreach, what the public is actually looking at.
Commissioner Kennedy wanted to say something.
Yes. Commissioner Kennedy? Thank you.
No, I just roger that. We will make sure that we have that for the next meeting.
Great. Thank you.
Also, Commissioner Anderson, Chair Anderson, I just want to also note that the paper COI tool was also available as one of the handouts. So I know it was part of the materials, but I wanted to connect it to the electronic COI tool as well, to the communities of interest tool.
Thank you. Yes, and I do assume that the materials subcommittee is working with the COI tool subcommittee. So if if that had not been expressly, that connection said, please do that, please do that. So Commissioner Kennedy, I think you have to talk to yourself on that one. Great.
And my two colleagues.
Yes. Any other any more information for the commission? No? Thank you very much. Any other questions of commissioners? No, thank you very much. Moving on, we go to item 9L, the cybersecurity. Commissioners Forcieri and Taylor.
Nothing substantial on my end.
I concur.
Well, we're zipping right through this one. Moving on then to item 9M, the incarcerated populations, which is Commissioners Fernandez and Sinai.
There isn't an update from last week. We're still waiting for the last meeting, which will take place, I believe, on Monday for that.
I'm sorry, what was that again?
I said there isn't an update from our last meeting because we're waiting for our final meeting on Monday with our external partners.
Oh, thank you very much. Commissioner Kennedy.
Just an ask of the subcommittee, if you can confirm for us what restrictions there are on paper documents, specifically in relation to the paper COI tool. We want to make sure that the final specs before we go into production are in line with any restrictions on getting these into the Bureau's facilities.
Commissioner Sinai.
When's your production deadline?
We don't have one yet.
Okay, I'm just checking. But yeah, I think that's a good idea. We may do that as a follow-up, Alicia, to those. Commissioner Fernandez, to those we spoke to. Yes.
Yeah, and we do know that for sure they can't have stamps, so it'd have to be like a whatever that's called. Can have a stamp on there, and I would think they would say no staples. So, but we'll follow up with that. Thank you.
Yeah, we've done a little bit of work on the redesign. So the three main headings are now in reverse print so that you can find section 1, section 2, section 3, or step 1, step 2, step 3 much easier. And it does say fold and tape. So, and yes, there's the space for the business reply permit, and staff will be checking with U.S. Postal Service to make sure that all of our design elements are compliant with Postal Service guidelines, and that we have permit number and funding in the permit account all before we get this thing out in the public.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai. Oh. Okay. Any other questions? No. Seeing none. Move on to item number 9, lessons learned. Commissioner Ahmad, Commissioner Kennedy.
Commissioner Ahmad, do you have anything? At this point, we have replied to an introduction that Freddie made to the Director of Communications for the Michigan Commission to say that we are happy to be in touch and share anything that we've learned with the Michigan Commission. We hope to learn from them as well. And I did send a follow-up today to their communications director to make sure that he had received our message. So that's the only thing that we have at this point.
Great, thank you. Then the next item, we scratched the executive director recruitment. And before we go into the public meeting, public input meeting, we do have the Chief Counsel Recruitment Committee, which is myself and Commissioner Toledo. I might turn it over to Commissioner Toledo just for a quick
update. So in terms of an update, we are in the process of finalizing our posting for the Chief Counsel. It should be up any day now, hopefully by the end of the day today or tomorrow, at which point we're going to ask all commissioners and the community to disseminate the posting widely and to help us get as large of an applicant pool as possible. And we will certainly let everybody know once that position has been posted. Our time frame for recruitment is about 3 weeks. So we're finalizing that at this point. It's about three weeks at this point for the search. And so it'll be a quick turnaround. And if there's any questions, please feel free to reach out to myself or Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. That summarizes that. Looking at our agenda at this point, and it's 10 minutes to 3. I do know that the public input meeting design is actually rather lengthy presentation. I'm assuming that's not just a couple of lines, or am I incorrect on that one? I was proposing that we might stop for public comment at the end of the day right now, and because then we'll go into closed session as we come back from break. Commissioner Forgiari.
I don't I don't think we have anything to report at this point. We'll report out next time after our first meeting. But, you know, at this point, we don't have anything to report out.
Well, we've just heard the 9P then. Thank you very much. So moving on then from that, before we do jump into legal affairs, because I'm assuming that that is a rather lengthy, we're going to be going over documents and the questions. So I would like to move that until tomorrow. How much time? How long do you believe the? I'm sorry. May I ask from the Legal Affairs Committee? What is your plan for our update?
Yes. So in preparation for the interviews, which will happen next week, I'm sorry, 2 weeks from now, we're hoping to get, next week, that's right. We wanted to get any last feedback on the interview questions and the applicant evaluation worksheet. So all of those are handouts for today's meeting. We also just received a public comment from former Commissioner Angelo Anchetta, which raises a good point, which may lead to adding one additional question to the interview questions. But those won't necessarily take much time unless there's some, any substantial revision needed. There's also a question of council presence during the interviews, and the committee would like to get the advice of the commission on a decision about that. I don't think that'll be lengthy as well, though.
Yeah, because we're scheduled for a break, I believe, Christian, is that correct? We need to have a break about literally about 10 minutes. Is that correct?
3:06, Chair.
3:06. Yeah, so we don't have a great deal of time, and I know that we're looking at the rest of our agenda, which really is, other than talk about our future meeting dates, just to confirm a few items there. We don't really have much, but as we know, well, we understand that we've already canceling the meeting tomorrow would not do us any good in terms of financially, and I don't want to cut this conversation short on the Legal Affairs Committee. So we'd have about 10 minutes to do this, less than that now. So what is the feeling of what would the Legal Affairs Committee, what would be their preference, and what would the other commissioners' preference be? Try and jump into this now, realizing that we have to take a break and then we're going into closed session, or put this off until tomorrow?
I think the interview questions in the worksheet, we've already had several revisions to them. I'm actually comfortable with them, but we do want the full commission to have a chance to make any final comments. Consideration about council presence, that could be a short discussion.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Based on how we like to go through questions and provide input, I would recommend that we maybe go into closed session and then come back tomorrow to discuss the legal affairs section.
And Commissioner Toledo?
I would concur, just also because I know that a couple of commissioners have to leave early today. And so that it may make sense to go into closed session so that so we can all be part of the closed session.
Perfect.
At least for a portion of that.
Yes, that would be my preference, and unless there's a strong, I'd rather not, that's what I would like to do. So if you have a really strong objection to doing that, say so now. I see no hands. Wait, Commissioner Kennedy.
I have a scheduled presentation to the Greater High Desert Chamber of Commerce at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So I should be finished by 10, but I'm committed at 9.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Lamons.
Don't we already have the questions from the first time we did this?
We do.
So what do we need to talk about?
We have the questions from the 2010 commission, but we've revised them significantly.
No, this is for the council? I'm sorry. Is
No,
this for?
oh, I'm sorry. This is for the legal affairs. This is for the voting rights.
Okay. I thought this was for the chief
No,
counsel.
and
Sorry.
litigation.
I was like, okay.
Completely different group. Completely different group.
Got it. Thank you.
A lot of councils being lawyered up.
Council. Okay, I'm going to say let's hold, because yes, I definitely want to have a look at the questions, and I believe there are other items involved in that too. So at this point, I would like to call for public comment because we will go into closed session. We'll not be coming back today, and then we'll come back at 9:30 tomorrow in open session. So Katie, could you go ahead and read the instructions, please?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 918-3469-1695 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in the queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state it and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. And there is no one in the queue at this time.
Thank you, Katie. We'll wait those couple of minutes for the live stream to catch up to us.
The instructions are down in the queue, Chair.
Thank you.
And there's still no one in the queue.
All right, we will, I'm pausing just for a minute because sometimes if you then try to fumble and dial that number.
Oh, someone's in the queue.
Thank you. Please let them in.
If you were calling in to make a public comment, if you could press star 9 to raise your hand and indicate you would like to share a comment, it would make my job easier. And you would like to make a comment. And the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. First of all, thank you for all your work this far. As a current political science major at the University of LaVerne, I started to follow the Commission and try as much as possible to watch these hearings between my job and classes. I'm calling in today to reiterate how important these transit tools be for everyday folks like myself. While I love to sit and watch all these videos, I actually have multiple roommates, and we live in small places with weak internet connection, and being able to download these transcripts will be so much easier and accessible. I'm hoping if you will take people like me into consideration, especially as much as you try to reach out to people in this process, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
And that was it, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Katie. Well, at this time, I will recess our meeting. We will go into closed session. So we will return to the public tomorrow morning at 9:30. So thank you very much, and we will see the public tomorrow.